Capella, and he's standing with a German naval officer, and this was during the Cold War when he was doing a lot of missions to bring forward supplies over to Germany. So he's standing there. The one in the middle is quite something. He's in Somalia there. You see the camels. He's standing there on the left side. That is Bill. He's small, but he's there. And he said that particular cruise that he was on in that ship was the most challenging in his 60-year career at sea. And he was transferring supplies for camels to move them to where they needed to be. The one on the far right, this is absolutely amazing. He's standing there with a beautiful woman who's holding a flag. And if you look behind her, there's a photo on the wall, which looks remarkably like her because it is. It's the same person. And that's on the Mendonca ship. He took it on its maiden voyage in the Pacific, and we're going to hear about that and what that story is all about in that picture. It's an amazing story. And then he's got the ship from Somalia, and is that the Capella, Bill, there? Okay. All right. So there's some really nice pictures. It's incredible the career that Bill has had. So let's hear about him. Okay, Navy Captain Bill Doherty earned Bachelor of Science degrees in Nautical Science and Maritime Transportation from the Massachusetts Maritime Academy in 1967. He graduated 6 months early because the need was so great for merchant marine support for operations in Vietnam. Bill received a direct commission in the Navy Reserve when he graduated. From 1968 to 1970, Bill found himself transporting cargo to support U.S. troops in Vietnam. Merchant marine ships are unarmed. Bill recalls unloading the last of his many tons of ammunition in Da Nang during one trip to Vietnam when the ship and dock came under mortar attack. Fortunately, the dock took most of the damage. Bill escaped unharmed, and the ship sustained minimal damage from shrapnel. He also gained expertise in regional and supply and logistics with onshore duty in Saigon during this time. Captain Doherty moved to the Navy Reserve in 1970, where he served aboard 2 destroyers, the USS Compton and the USS Harlan R. Dixon. In 1972, he transitioned to dry cargo ships before developing a high-level expertise in commanding oil tankers. In 1984, he was assigned to the office of the Chief of Naval Operations at the Pentagon, focusing on supply and logistics. From 1986 through 1987, he commanded the U.S. Navy ship Harkness in the waters of Somalia, conducting hydrographic research. It remains the most challenging command he has ever had in his almost 60 years at sea. Captain Doherty carried 2 Somalian liaison officers aboard to interpret and communicate with the local Somalians. Bill would accompany his Somalian liaison officers ashore, often transferring supplies to camels to move supplies inland. In 1987 through 1988, he commanded 2 U.S. Navy ships, the Capella and the Antares. Both were military Sealift Command attack cargo roll-on, roll-off ships. The Cold War was in full force during this time, and Captain Doherty supported the annual Return of Forces to Germany exercises. These vessels were the largest, 1,000 feet in length overhaul, and the fastest attack transports in the Navy, able to transport more than, and listen to this, 700 Army vehicles, including tanks, trucks, and helicopters. In 1988, Captain Doherty commanded the largest ship in the world, an oil tanker aptly named the Massachusetts. In 1990, Captain Doherty was recalled to active duty during Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. He served as the head of Maritime Affairs for the Chief of Naval Operations for Strategic Sea Lift at the Pentagon. His duties included coordinating Gulf War sea lift. He coordinated operational and sea lift requirements with the U.S. Maritime Administration and the Armed Forces Joint Logistics Command and shipping companies. From 1996 to 2001, he served as executive director of the Mariners House in Boston, a non-sectarian seafarers benevolent charity. The charity's services included housing and meals at the Mariners House, as well as grants, scholarships, and social work. While there, he served as project manager for a multi-million-dollar renovation to the Mariners House. And here we're getting to the part where that lovely picture with the woman. In 2001, he was offered command of the U.S. Navy ship Mendonca for her maiden voyage to Pearl Harbor, Korea, and Japan. The ship was named in honor of U.S. Army Sergeant Leroy Mendonca, who earned the Medal of Honor posthumously for his heroic actions in Korea on July 4th, 1951. Ironically and coincidentally, Bill was commanding that ship on July 4th, 2001, in Busan, Korea, in sight of the hill Sergeant Mendonca gave his life on, exactly 50 years to the day. To honor Sergeant Mendonca, Captain Doherty flew his battle flag, the largest American flag he had on his ship. He presented that flag to Sergeant Mendonca's sister upon his return to San Diego. The same sister who had christened the ship. And that's the picture you saw. Absolutely amazing, Bill. During that cruise, Bill also took the time to meet with another one of Sergeant Mendonca's sisters at Pearl Harbor. Captain Doherty holds a U.S. Coast Guard license with all of the following qualifications: master, steam and motor vessels, no limits any gross ton, worldwide oceans, first-class pilot license, Prince William Sound, Valdez, Alaska, radar observer, standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping, medical person in charge, dangerous liquid cargo, tanker man, global maritime distress, and safety system license. Approaching age 80, he says he's not quite there, but he's approaching it. Bill continues to work as a mariner, keeping sea transport safe and operational worldwide. He's currently working for the country of Liberia, which he says has more ships registered than any other country in the world. For now, we are fortunate to have this Barnstable resident on shore here with us tonight. Let's welcome U.S. Captain Bill Doherty to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Thank you all. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If you would remain standing for a moment of silence, I would like you all to keep in your thoughts tonight the family of Ken Jones. Ken Jones is a retired Hyannis firefighter who served from 1982 through 2003 And Ken's the father, Town of Barnstable Highway Division Supervisor Sean Jones, and Barnstable Police Department Sergeant Brian Jones. He was currently employed by a local funeral home and was working a funeral on Nantucket this morning when he suffered a medical emergency and passed away. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Jones family at this difficult time. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to take things a little bit out of sequence. As you can see, we have a little bit younger contingent of our citizens here tonight, and we are going to welcome them, have them come up along with their coaches. They are the Barnstable Silver Bullets, and they have won two titles, and perhaps their coaches will be able to explain that a little bit more. The Mites and the Pee-wees, I believe it is. And I'd like to start with head coach David Downs, if you could come up, please. David, if you could just explain.
Yep. Thank you very much for having us here. The Silver Bullets is the only tackle youth football in the town of Barnstable. We have approximately about 105 children in the program. It ranges from second grade all the way up to 8th grade. Once they graduate out of 8th grade, they go on to the Barnstable High School and play for the high school. Almost all the high school players this year went through the Barnstable Silver Bullets program. It's a way where they learn how to play football, and then they get going. This year, the Pee Wee team, which I had the privilege of being one of the coaches. We are 5th and 6th grade kids, and they won the Super Bowl for the D7 League this year.
I'd also like to invite assistant coaches Jack Jacova, Rob Pierce, Peter Montero, Brian Burney, Jim Ford, and Doug Mullen to come up. Thank you, gentlemen, for the time that you put in with the kids.
Can I just say one thing about Brian Burney? He plays full-time for the high school team. He went to school every day, practiced every day with the high school, and then gave his time to the kids afterwards.
Good man.
So what we are going to do is I would like all of the Pee Wee players to come up, and we're going to, your coaches are going to present we'll be here all night presenting, I don't know, a lot of certificates. But if you guys could come up first, and with your coach, we'd like to get a picture of all of you. And these are the certificates you're all going to be getting. Okay?
He always wants. That's great.
As Coach Downs said, there are two groups. The other group are the Mites, and head coach is Keith McCullough. Along with assistant coaches Miles Daly, Steve Fernandez, Jason Murphy, and Aaron Flagel. Hopefully I pronounced that name somewhat close. Guys, if we could have the mics come up, please. I wanted to try to get them out early. I know they're really excited about going home and doing homework, right? Okay. One other group I'd like to take out of sequence. Recognize 4 volunteers that we have here in the town that have been running the Inside Barnstable Town Government program for many years, many years. It's probably one of the most popular programs there are in the town, and I would like to invite, if you can beat the traffic going out the door, Mark Ells to come up and just give a little background on the program and introduce our volunteers and announce some exciting changes in the program.
Sorry, I was in the hallway saying congratulations to all the young players and the coaches. Good evening, and thank you, Mark Ells, Town Manager.
Yep.
Thank you, President Tamish and Council. It's my privilege to recognize the volunteers, at least 3 of them tonight. There's one that won't be here with us, but certainly we want to make sure we recognize all 4 of these volunteers that have developed a model program for the state of Massachusetts. 2002, the town manager recognized the fact that we needed to better engage our public in understanding what our municipal government does. And I was very fortunate at the time to be a newly appointed director of a department. And I remember the discussions that he said, if we're going to do this right, we're going to ask professionals to help us develop this program. And that's exactly what he did. He brought in Sue French and Meg Loughran, and they came in and they developed a program for the town of Barnstable that engaged our citizens in a way that we had never done before. It was face-to-face. It really got into depth. They met us. They came to where we worked. And even when we had differences coming in, I was always amazed that when we walked out, we had a mutual respect that I've seen counselors, I've seen committee members, I've seen active members of our community, walk away from this and have benefited. And that's completely attributable to our instructors because there was Meg was wonderful, but I got to say that Sue, whatever she said, I did. I felt like I was back. I think I even raised my hand to ask if it was okay if I proceeded. So I spent a lot of time talking to Meg. But no, I'm teasing Sue. She knows that I was very respectful of the way that she ran her class. Now, there's been 29 sessions of this. We've had over 1,000 people come through this program. And again, they engage in our community, and they have a much better understanding of who we are, what we do, why we do it. It's face-to-face. It's easy today to do things remote, to not meet with people face-to-face. There's nothing more effective than face-to-face. And so they contributed to that. Sue for 20 years, Meg for 10. I know Arthur came in and he was around about 6. Deb came in and did 5. And now they're going to pass the torch, fortunately for us. So we'll be doing another Inside Town of Barnstable government in the spring of 26.
For free?
For free, yes. Well, thank you, Chris. Yes, for free. And it's so hard because we take about 30 people. I think the first class was 29. And we take about 30 plus or minus. And when they ask me, I've been manager now for my 11th year, but there's no picking people from a list. First come, first serve. Okay? Whoever comes in, and once we hit the cap, Sue used to, and it'll be Miriam or Loretta going forward. They'll tell me there's the cap mark, and that's where it stops, and then we put the rest of the people on the next list, and hopefully they can participate if their time allows us to. So I've had the pleasure of I was one of the first directors to participate in their program, and I can only say from our side, it was probably one of the most worthwhile learning experiences for me to be able to interact with our public in that personal way, because they have a lot of questions and we don't always get to answer them. And it helps to be able to answer them because they become ambassadors for us and they go out there into the community and they share that information. So, I got to thank my predecessor, John Clem. It was his idea. And then he brought in professionals. And so here we are today celebrating the fact that you volunteered and you created a program. I can only tell you, MMA asked me to be a speaker last year. Oh, no, it was this year, wasn't it? Oh, boy. We're not into 26 yet. And we had over 500 people. And I got to meet communities from all over the place that participated in this. And I still have people calling me about it. And many of them, it's their first time. Chelmsford called me. Other communities did, but I think of Chelmsford because that's where I grew up. And I'm thinking it's their first time. And they said, well, how long have you been doing this? And I said, 23 years. And they said, oh, my gosh. Nobody did it 23 years ago. So thank you. Well done. You've served our community well, and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you. And I think we have, oh, here he comes. Thank you, sir. I think we have a thank you beyond just what I've said. Sue, have I missed anything? No. Rich can appreciate my question. All right, so we would like to ask Sue and Meg, and I know Arthur isn't here, but Deb to come up, if that's okay. And Loretta and Miriam, why don't you come up too? Just because, yes, please. I rarely tell them what to do. They run the show, but we want to see your faces because you are going to be the next people that will help us with this. And we greatly appreciate that. The program, it got tough during COVID, and we had to take a break from it. But we had so many questions from our community. So thank you for coming back once we paused, and thank you for carrying on with it. It's really appreciated. So, Craig, how do you want to do this? You want to do...
Yeah, when we met, you were... you have been the kind of the king kid.
Hi, Craig. I know.
Sue, something from you guys have put so much time and effort into this. Kind of like Mark, I was a participant on the town side of it for many years, and we loved having them come in, and it was really great because they got an introduction to the police department, and I don't know what percentage, a very high percentage of them then came and did the Citizens Police Academy for the police department. So and vice versa, and vice versa. So it worked out great for all of us. And the work that they did, as Mark said, 1,000 people. I mean, that's pretty amazing when you think about it, how many people have gone through this program. And, 99.99% of them loved it. Absolutely. So thank you for all you've done, and welcome. You have a high bar, but I have every confidence in you.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say,
Okay.
I would like the folks up before me to turn around so I know who they are when they're done picture taking, please.
So I just want to say that one of the highlights of the class was when we gave out door prizes. So you guys are getting door prizes tonight. So not on sticks, not on sticks. So you have a coin that was used for the 1939 tercentennial of the town that we also co-opted for the 375th in 2014. And then you have a plate, a special plate that was commemorative for the opening of this building in 1979 as Town Hall. The Hyannis Fire Department was extremely generous in giving you some beautiful Yeti cups that can go either way. You can be a right-hander or a left-hander, and you're still going to see. Yes, we know who that is. And Barnstable Public Schools also gave you some very nice gifts as well. So thank you so much.
Did you want to say anything? Did you want to say anything?
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting. I should have read that before, shouldn't I? It was just so exciting around here, I never did it. But there's no one recording the meeting, is there? Okay, so we'll skip that. Public comment. Please make sure you sign in with your name and village for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. Written comments are always welcome at council@town.barnstable.ma.us and will be distributed to the entire council. If you choose to email an individual counselor, it may not necessarily be distributed to all counselors. I wish to remind everyone that no member of the public may speak without first being recognized by the presiding officer. The public will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting and during any public hearing on an agenda item. You're free to express your thoughts, opinions, and criticism during public comment. However, your comments should be directed to the council as a body through the presiding officer. You may not speak directly to any individual counselor. You also should not be addressing your comments to anyone else in this room, not to town staff, and not to another member of the audience. Public comment is to be directed to the council. We also ask that members of the public refrain from making audible comments during the meeting unless they have been recognized to speak by the presiding officer. Thank you. Public comment.
President Tamish, has Councilor Penn joined us?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Penn?
Yes, good evening. I would have said I was present when roll call was done, but the sound cut out right after the clerk called on Council Ludke. So I couldn't hear anything and therefore did not respond. But I am here. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
asking.
Thank you. Okay, public comment, anyone?
Hi, I'm Deb Wilsey, and I am here on behalf of Cape Cod Toy Library, which is a nonprofit focused on supporting children through play in terms of their development and their need for play rather than electronics, et cetera. We are having a grand opening tomorrow on Friday at the new location is at 1919 Main Street, which is 6A, right at the corner of 132 and 6A. The ribbon cutting is, the Chamber of Commerce is doing that at 4 o'clock until 5. And we have speakers, including Superintendent from Barnstable and Superintendent from Dennis Yarmouth speaking, and we really want anyone to come that would like to have that sneak preview at the ribbon cutting. We also have a preview party, which is ticketed event for $25 a person, and a silent auction from 5 to 7. On Saturday, we have a full open house from 10 to 1. And so that is free and open to the entire public, and we welcome everyone to come to see what this is. We've completely renovated this, what used to be a fabric store for 30 years. The building was 75 years old, most of it, and then the other part was more like 30 years, but it was a major, major project, and we are very proud and very excited about sharing this with the community, for the community to utilize. So thank you.
Thank you. That was the former Tumbleweed, I believe, quilt shop. So, thank you. Any further public comment?
Hello, my name is Amy Mesereau, and I'm representing the board of Friends of Long Pond Marston's Mills. We've been facing a ticking time bomb for many years.
Could you move the mic a little bit closer,
Sure.
please? Thank you.
With respect to our counties and towns, lakes and ponds. 22 years ago, the Cape Cod Commission's Cape Cod Pond and Lake Atlas declared the water quality in Cape Cod's ponds is significantly impacted by surrounding development. Approximately 45% of all the ponds and 89% of the deepest ponds are impaired. And then 17 years ago, the study of Barnstable ponds conducted by SMAS and the Cape Cod Commission stated, the review of available data generally creates a consistent picture that most ponds in Barnstable are ecologically impacted or impaired. So about 7 years ago, we began to see use advisories posted by the town at some of our lakes and ponds, including Long Pond Marston's Mills. 3.5 years ago, SMAS produced their report of their study of Long Pond and revealed that the main contributor to our cyanobacteria blooms is septic systems. Now, the town has a fairly reliable solution for ponds that are dealing with phosphorus release from the sediment, but not ponds that are dealing, as we are, with the flow of phosphorus from the septic systems underground into the pond. We have sewers as a long-term solution, but many of us won't see sewers for 20 to 30 years from now. So we desperately need short and mid-term solutions. Friends of Long Pond Marston's Mills has been researching solutions for a number of years. We know that phosphorus-reducing septic systems are still in the pilot stage. And when we itemized expenses for the purchase, installation, and maintenance of these systems, it was really cost prohibitive, even for the most economical ones, especially considering we don't know what the outcome is of them being there. We have found a solution that we think has the best chance of being effective, safe, and cost efficient. And if it works in our pond, it can help a lot of other ponds. A proposal was sent by this company to the town in August. They had an extensive meeting to talk about it, but it seems like movement has stalled, and we don't understand why. This past summer, cyanotoxin levels in our pond reached 500 parts per billion. That's 62 times the level deemed dangerous by the Commonwealth. This is a public health emergency. We need to take action now for next summer before a real tragedy happens. It's not just about pets anymore. It's about humans also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Heather Swenson, Centerville, Precinct 2. Earlier today, I sent out an email, and it was while I was out in the field at a site, and I was using talk to text, and when I read it when I got home, I was like, ooh, the grammar and punctuation on that was rough. So I apologize, but I want to properly articulate my disbelief in what I saw today. I was present at the state visit to the dewatering debacle that happened at Mitchell's Way during the summer. The town knew that the state was going to be doing that site visit at Mitchell's Way. I found it shocking to see the condition of the site. Not only that it actually exists, but that nobody had the forethought to clean the site prior to having the state walk the property. The two state employees were equally shocked. The amount of trash that has accumulated there, including a moped, which I was told has been there since the summer, a shopping cart full of trash, a pile, I kid you not, almost like knee-deep of used toilet paper where somebody has been defecating, and the amount of soda, water, alcohol bottles, and cans. It is mind-boggling what that property looks like. If any waterfront homeowner kept their property that way and conservation came to the site, those people would be fined daily until it was cleaned. The town owns this property, and when that dewatering system was put in place in the woods, it was obviously not clean at that time, or during any time that the dewatering took place and they were checking on the project, or any time since it stopped. During the 3 days when the town was pumping all that water and dumping it through the woods, running into the pond, it was pushing trash through the woods, building up along the edge of the shore and into the pond. It would have been 100% obvious that this trash was present and a problem. The fact that nothing was done is shocking. Today, both DPW and conservation employees that were present tried using the excuse the town has a homeless problem. That has absolutely nothing to do with how this town property is allowed to remain trashed. Town employees have been to this site when the dewatering was set up, and no order for cleanup has been done or carried through. Where the police notified there's a moped abandoned on town property, could very well have been reported as stolen, yet there it has sat for months. I placed a phone call to DPW after I left the site, asking it be noted that there is a filed complaint now requesting the town clean this property. And I'm also requesting that this email be filed as a formal complaint on the condition of a town property and the environmental detriment that it poses. It is imperative that the town act immediately to clean it up. And any other town property that looks like this, it is in a deplorable condition. We are better than this, and we need to show pride in our community. I also want to mention that DPW today insisted that this pump station that is trying to be built is for 50 existing houses in the area. So I would like to say I hope those 50 houses get hooked up before apartment complexes that are planned for that area. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. Heather, just as a point of information, I did not see an email from you today.
I sent it at, well, when I was at the site, I sent it at 2 o'clock, and then I just sent that again at about 4 o'clock, but I did it to the group email that I guess goes
Okay.
to the secretary first.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for everyone and all the sacrifice and the hard work that everyone here does to protect our town from bad actors. And we know in today's day and world, it's endless. I had the opportunity to visit Cranston, Rhode Island. I went early because I was afraid it might be a sketchy town. When I got there, I realized I live in the sketchy town. Cranston is beautiful.
Roberta, would you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Roberta Mock,
Thank you.
M-A-U-C-H. I'm a resident of Hyannis. I live in the West End. I'm on the Joshua's Creek. Hyannis has had a history of not respecting our environment. It's before any of us were here. It's gone way back from when they put in that rotary that they did not respect that the herring run there should have been preserved. Now we have to backtrack to bring it back to where it should be so that our town remains healthy. Like Cranston, Rhode Island, where they have the Patuxent River in the center of town. If you've ever been there, it's like Hingham with a river running through it. It's beautiful. It's so much more beautiful than what we're doing here in our village because of the lack of respect for our wetlands, our rivers, our creeks, our ocean. This has to change. It has to change now, and we're responsible, every one of us in this room, to fix this problem that's been historical for our village. In Harwich has the fortune of having Brad Chase, who is the head scientist for the American eel, migratory eel, the glass eel project, $300 a pound. They put in glass eel bridges. When I bring that subject up to Mass DEP, because I was at the same meeting that Heather was, Mass DEP is silent. They don't care about our village, which has the highest PFAs in Betty's Pond. That's my village. That area is where I live. I am right on Joshua's Creek. The Army Corps of Engineers cared enough to put in a storm gate to protect us. What is Barnstable doing to protect us? Please tell me that. We need to work harder to get this fixed. That pump station does not belong where the town thinks we're taking the easy way out. We're destroying our village. We're destroying it, and we all know it. Stop. We need a moratorium. Don't put the cart before the horse. Let's fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mott.
Thank you.
Natalie Pittenger, Hyannis. My goal tonight, I guess, is just hopefully to suggest to the town council that sometimes being aware of macro information is a good resource to all local decision-making. Many times our European neighbors have been mentioned as an admiring model of green energy. Well, it turns out, I guess, their politicians preach the green transition to voters as a huge benefit from green jobs and cheap, abundant energy in addition to reducing carbon emissions. Well, 20 years into this transition, the benefits have been way too costly for consumers and extremely damaging for their entire economy. One woman in London says she can only put her heat on 3 hours a day. So tonight I present to you a recent Wall Street Journal article elaborating on the undesirable effects our European neighbors have experienced. And this is from the Wall Street Journal, December 3rd, 2025. Green energy push in Europe backfires. This article is, I'll just make a few comments on some of the paragraphs there, and then I have the whole article that I'll pass out. Germany now has the highest domestic electricity prices in the developed world, while the UK has the highest industrial electricity rates, according to a basket of 28 major economies analyzed by the International Energy Agency. Italy isn't far behind. Average electricity prices for heavy industries in the European Union remain roughly twice those in the US, and 50% above China. Energy prices have also grown more volatile as the share of renewables increased. It is crippling industry and hobbling Europe's ability to attract key economic drivers like artificial intelligence, which requires abundant electricity. The shift is also adding to a cost of living shock for consumers that is fueling support for anti-establishment parties. Energy analysts say it makes strategic sense for a continent that lacks oil and gas to be enjoyed that are enjoyed by the U.S. and some other regions to diversify its energy sources. In some cases, like Spain, blessed with lots of sunshine, or Nordic countries, blessed with hydropower to provide energy when its wind farms fall silent. France's reliance on nuclear energy is helping it keep the cost down. But in much of the region, the transition is at risk of backfiring, adding to economic stagnation. We are hemorrhaging industry, said Dieter Helm, an economic policy professor at Oxford University.
Ms. Pinninger, can you wrap it up, please?
Yeah, sure. The Aurora Energy Research, a consulting firm, estimates a clean power system in the UK would only start saving bill payers money from 2044. It's a similar story in Germany. By that point, the economic damage done to Europe could be severe. So I have copies of the article that I'll give to the clerk, and you can read the rest yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Conley, Osterville. President Tamish, councilors, when I spoke before you 2 weeks ago, my intention was to share information about SGDB's EMF monitoring project. I was not looking for a resolution, your approval, or action of any kind. I didn't expect ridicule, but be that as it may, please allow me to offer one correction and a couple of clarifications related to the report I submitted to you 2 weeks ago. Vineyard Wind did indeed model EMF in the Koval's parking lot and over the duct bank, as indicated in EFSB's final permitting document. Having been enlightened to that fact, I note that their modeled values, assuming power from 62 proposed turbines, were still far below what we have recorded with a third or so turbines operational. With respect to the 2,000 milligauss safe standard set by the International Commission on non-ionizing radiation protection, that determination is not universally accepted given recent research on ELF EMF, which is the type of radiation produced by these extra high voltage cable lines. The generation and transmission industry and their friends cite this standard constantly. Why wouldn't they? Not all developed nations accept the ICNIRP standard, nor do some scientific associations and independent researchers working on a growing body of evidence that much lower levels of EMF may be harmful to humans. We made no claim to scientific expertise. Our purpose is solely to prompt the state and/or federal authorities to step in and conduct a proper assessment. Why are residents concerned about EMF? Back when Avangrid was still conducting community meetings, a gentleman in the audience at an info session asked if EMF would endanger him because he had a pacemaker. A New England wind engineer's answer was, quote, well, they make a newer kind of pacemaker, end quote. In other words, you would need to get an upgrade if you want to go to the beach. They also told us the EMF would be undetectable, and then, in complete contradiction, that EMF levels would be no greater than that emitted by a hairdryer. Unless you hold your hairdryer to your head 24/7 for 20 years, that is little consolation to residents on the duct bank route. By the way, the EMF meters we use are the same model used to record EMF levels shared with the town in the spring of 2024. I gave councilors our information as a courtesy, and we can't force you to take this seriously. But this issue is not going away, and neither are we. I'm submitting a more formal written response for distribution to each of you, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe O'Brien, lifelong resident of Centerville. I served for many years on the town of Barnstable Recreation Commission. I also spent several years working on the construction team, the onshore construction team, for the Vineyard Wind project here in town, but I'm no longer employed by or associated with Vineyard Wind. I'm speaking tonight strictly for myself. I listened to Councilor Scheingold's comments at your last meeting and wanted to commend the councilor for his efforts to correct the record on the safety of our beaches and the safety of the infrastructure associated with Vineyard Wind project under Covell's Beach and town roads in Centerville and Hyannis. Before I decided to work for Vineyard Wind years back, I looked into the infrastructure associated with this project to make sure I was comfortable with it, especially given I've spent most of my adult life on the Barnstable Recreation Commission, supporting our beaches and community, retiring in 2022 after 40 years on the Rec Commission. What I found is that this infrastructure is safe and well-planned. I also spent several years as Vineyard Wind Project's health and safety officer, watching local contractor Lawrence Lynch and other Vineyard Wind contractors meticulously install this infrastructure. I know personally the care that went into that effort. From listening to Councilor Scheingold and doing my own research, it appears to me that there is no public health concern or threat from the Vineyard Wind project. And any people or groups stating otherwise are just trying to scare people, in my opinion. Whether you support offshore wind or don't, if you're going to put statements out to the public about safety of our beaches and community, you should get your facts straight. From what I have seen, the Commissioner of the state's Department of Public Health sent Town Manager Els a letter last year clearly stating that Vineyard Wind's project is safe. That letter further stated the acceptable level of magnetic fields from buried power cables for public exposure is 2,000 milligauss or less, which is well above any of the levels our local anti-offshore wind group has stated they have found. I'd also point the council and the public to Barnstable resident John Kasakian. John is a professor of electrical engineering at Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a board member of Barnstable Clean Water Coalition. John is a solid, impartial, reputable source of information on this topic. In 2024, Professor Kasakian was quoted in the Cape Cod Times about the Vineyard Wind project. John stated, and I quote, "I have a pacemaker and would have no concern about lying on the beach over these cables." Lastly, I will share two quotes from reputable organizations on the safety of buried power cables.
Can you wrap it up, sir? Mr. O'Brien.
From the World Health Organization. Based on a recent in-depth review of scientific literature, the WHO concluded that current evidence does not confirm the existence of any consequence from exposure to low-level electromagnetic fields. I implore the council and the public to follow the advice of Councilor Scheingold. Don't give this anti-offshore wind group's report any more credibility than it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Pete Sampu, resident of West Barnstable, recently retired teacher of 31 years, hold a PhD in oceanography, and I'm a long-standing member of the Union of Concerned Scientists. I'm here tonight to talk in support of the development of alternative energies and storage, but specifically, this probably has to do with this cable and the rows that is brought to your attention 2 weeks or so ago. Courses I have taught over the last 3 decades examined environmental problems and choices facing humanity this century and in the past century. My course at Sturgis Charter School the past 15 years was Environmental Systems and Societies. And in it, I had embedded a quote from a favorite science fiction writer, Isaac Asimov, which not only set the rigors of the class before the students, but also applies to the challenges and choices the Cape and our own town face today. Here's his quote. "There is a cult of ignorance in the United States, and there has always been. The strain of anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge." A recent peer-reviewed published paper, authors Slevin et al., 2024, out of Brown University, is titled "Beyond Dark Money: Information Subsidies and Complex Networks of Opposition to Offshore Wind on the U.S. East Coast." They mapped a network of anti-wind groups to known climate denial think tanks, fossil fuel interests, law firms, and representatives of the commercial fishing industry. Research done by these authors also discovered that local grassroots anti-groups receive massive and varied information subsidies from some of these dark money think tanks, which emphasize only the negative aspects of offshore wind development, some of which isn't even accurate. A key takeaway from this research paper is, quote, "These local groups play a role in spreading incorrect or misleading information, and by doing so, knowingly or unknowingly, support fossil fuel industry agendas." While the 20th century's advancements for humanity were made with the help of fossil fuel energy use, the 21st century cannot afford more carbon dioxide and methane gas emissions into our atmosphere as a result of our continued fossil fuel addiction. There is no question that the sea level is rising. Glaciers are moving and melting at an accelerating pace, and climate is changing. For the upcoming generations, who I've taught, again, for multiple decades, America, Cape Cod, and yes, Barnstable must invest and adopt energy production that does not jeopardize the future. Seek knowledge in the decisions you will need to make. Don't just listen to the loudest voices in the room. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And just as a point of information, your email has been distributed. Your question, your comments.
Kristen Torkelson, Centerville. Town Council, thank you for letting me speak tonight to advocate for a sensible approach to lowering speed limits on thickly settled town-owned roads. Please do not make this item like the private public roads that seemingly is memory hold year after year. The guidance from Mass DOT reads, quote, "In the interests of public safety and without further authority, establish a speed limit of 25 miles per hour on any roadway inside a thickly settled or business district," unquote. There was concern about the item's language at the last meeting. This item was written bilegal per the MGL statute, word for word, and this was not clarified for the council, leading to potential hesitation of your vote. The legislation only affects streets that are currently governed by the statutory speed limit. We are not asking for the town to study all town-owned roads and reclassify them. You currently drive these roads in our town. Nothing new here. It was stated that officers review the road for the definition of thickly settled, and they eyeball it. If that's the process, we should stick with it. We're asking you to change the limit, not to make officers into road researchers. We heard that the town doesn't have an inventory of the roads impacted that we would need to have to literally measure. I don't think anyone would believe that makes sense. It was said that we could do this road by road, evaluating many things that go into a formula of what makes sense for the speed limit. This legislation is not determining individual speed limits on roads. It's lowering the current statutory limit of 30 to 25. Please do not make this something it isn't. The request to empower a DPW is misplaced and a misutilization of town resources. I'm not sure why DPW is making this bigger and more complicated than it is. Maybe that's an engineering thing, making stuff complicated. Sometimes simple is the best answer. This law empowers local municipalities to make these changes without needing individual speed studies for each road, streamlining the process. It's recommended that if opting in, please do so on a city or town-wide basis to avoid potential confusion for drivers. The Cape Cod Times correctly reported the council saying, quote, "People have come out. They're worried about their children. They're worried about their neighborhood. Too often the town defers issues with a pledge to get to it, but then years later it doesn't get tended to. There's a time that people need to act, and that time is now," unquote. We heard how moving to a safer neighborhood is a solution, but what do you say to those who can't afford to move or don't want to move? Their concerns for safety don't matter. They should wait 6 months, a year, 2 years or more for safety to arrive on their road because they can't move to a dead-end street? I consider integrity be demonstrated when words and actions are in alignment. There are many words of support for the lower limit. Unfortunately, in the end, the action to send it into the ethers leaves me with a feeling that this vote lacked integrity. People see it and they feel it. I ask you that you bring this item back at the earliest convenience and vote to lower thickly settled limits per item 2026-056. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, anyone online?
We have Sandy Fitzgerald. Sandy, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes. Sandy, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening, town councilors. What you're seeing right now, and I imagine all of you probably don't want to hear this for the next few weeks heading into the end of the year, is there's somewhat of a smokescreen going on with Avangrid and actually the opposition. Whether you support offshore wind or you do not, to be discredited, to be called we're not intelligent enough. This is all because of Avangrid. New England Wind 1 has to have their PPAs signed by December 31st. So what you're seeing is the radio shows, you're seeing different articles put it out there to discredit people that do not support offshore wind. And all I can say to you is, you're an intelligent group of people. This is exactly what we're seeing is when the Save Greater Deuces Beach had a summit, and then the next thing, it was in the newspaper that weekend, the conservation law came forward and they attacked the group. It's just as Barnstable Speaks, our group, we had the open meeting at the Barnstable High School. The very next morning, Ken Kimmel has an article in the Boston Globe stating that the EMF is the same value as a hairdryer. I'm one of the individuals that has also taken EMF readings, and I can tell you, we will continue to take it, but as soon as the cold weather comes and the offshore wind, they're supporting that offshore substation with gas, with power, with diesel. And we will see over at Covell Beach, those EMFs will clearly go over 250. We have the numbers from last year. We sent them to Markel's. So basically, the groups can be discredited, but I believe it's the town's responsibility. If you have a sign at Covell's Beach with a QR code that directs the beachgoers to the offshore wind page, I think it's in the town's best interest to get out there and start measuring your own EMFs if you feel that the equipment that's been used is faulty. But again, it's what's going on right now is it's to discredit because of Avangrid has to renegotiate. They have to have their power purchase agreements, and they're in right now they're in a difficult situation. So what's best is to put it out in the community and try and say that the opposition does not know what we're doing, that we're uneducated. And we've been working on this for over 2 years. So thank you for listening to me. And I hope all of you just do your due diligence. Don't listen to one side or the other and listen to the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Anyone online? Seeing no further public comment, I will close public comment and open councilor response to public comment. Anyone on my left? Seeing no one, am I right? Councilor Ledke?
Craig, normally you read the comments that were brought in?
You're right. I do. We received 3 public comments. Bob and Ann Schulte regarding the nomination for president and vice president. Sandy Jones regarding the nomination for president and vice president. And Pete Sampu, who gave us his remarks, but he also sent them in written form to us. And Heather, as I say, I hadn't seen your remarks, but when they turn up, we will distribute them. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There was also a letter from Paul Kopashansky. I don't know if people did not see that one. He asked that it be read to all. It's a little bit long, so I'm not going to read it, but I'll summarize it. Paul came before us and spoke January 2024, so about a year ago, I guess, or a little more. And he lives on Lincoln Road, and he was talking about the speeding there. And in the letter, he compliments Chief Chalice, who's sitting in the back row there, for helping because there were some rather expensive kind of racing cars that were doing drag racing there. And he said that she has successfully stopped that. But still, there's a lot of other speeding going on. And I think his comments are important because I know in our capital improvement program, there is a project for Lincoln Road. However, I feel it's going to just sink to the bottom of the list. And I'd like to see it move up because Paul's struggle is very familiar to another one or similar, one of my constituents who complained about the West End Rotary and being able to walk around that around a North Street. And both of these individuals, Mark Ells is sitting back there next to Chief Chalice. They both started bringing these up when Mark was in DPW, and we're just seeing the project for the West End Rotary. And, Paul, when he was here before, he made a comment, and he said he was very upset because after he made his comment, one of our counselors came up to him and said, "I used to drag race on that street when I was a kid." I mean, it's just awful. It's awful. We shouldn't be doing this, and we shouldn't be making fun of it. It's very serious, and I'll tie this to Councillor Turkelson's comments. It's a tool in the toolbox. It's one piece of it. Slow it down in Barnstable. Maybe it's not the whole piece, but Paul is asking for what we've said is the right solution to engineer his road. I don't know if you people are familiar with Lincoln. It's the widest, straightest pass through from 132, or it's actually from 28, down to West Main Street. Paul says the cross-country team often uses it from the high school for running. It gets a lot of pass through there. The Hyannis West is at the end of it. I really would like to see it move up in the CIP. As I say, he's written things beautifully. He says, this has been going on since 2011. He said in 2013, there were drawings of proposed changes to the road that obviously were done by someone who had never traveled the road. So as I say, it's a very good letter. If Mark Ells and Dan Santos haven't seen it, I can send it along. But let me say, I know I'm going over the 3 minutes here, but I wanted to speak to Paul's letter because it was important. Thank you. I did join the folks at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center as they were gearing up for that meeting that Heather spoke about. I was not able to go inside, so thank you, Heather, and the other residents who did do that to listen in on that. Lisa, you were there. Really important, but for the wind piece, I'm glad we have Vineyard Wind because we can get data, hard data. We hear the both sides, but let's collect data, and I think that's what our residents have been doing, are collecting data. And it's there, and we can do that. And I think it's wise to take a pause on the others. This is the first one in the nation. Let's continue to collect it. I don't think we should come down on people that are collecting data. It's new to us, and it's just something, I think we should support our residents that have concerns. I don't know that they're ignorant, but, you know, they're concerned.
Can you wrap it up, Councilor Lutke?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'll wrap it up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councilor Crowe?
Thank you, Chairman Tamish. I would also like to speak to Natalie Pittenger, Suzanne Connolly, Mr. O'Brien, and Pete Sampu about their comments. I have right here the actual article that Natalie beat me to was in yesterday's front page of the Wall Street Journal, not considered a wackadoodle operation. Some of the other quotes from that include, while sunlight and wind are free, harnessing them entails significant infrastructure investments and vast redundant capacity. These additional costs, obscured by subsidies and carbon taxes, mean energy prices in places like Germany and the UK are likely to remain higher than other countries for years to come. Some economists say the stubbornly high prices suggest the overall system cost is driving prices. You can't afford in top global competition to be ideologically driven in the way you decide energy systems, said Ebba Busch, Sweden's Deputy Prime Minister and Energy Minister. Without energy, we have no industry, and without industry, we have no defense. Polls show half of British consumers are planning to ration energy use this winter as they struggle with wholesale electricity costs that are 80% higher than the United States. Parts of green transition have proved unexpectedly costly. When Scotland's biggest offshore wind farm opened in 2023, it was feted as a symbol of Britain's push to a new era. But today, British taxpayers spend tens of millions of pounds a year for the Seagreen wind farm to not produce electricity. Why? If the wind farm was left constantly on, it would send big pulses of energy from northern Scotland to southern England that would fry the UK's aging grid. Very clearly, the costs of transition have never been admitted or recognized, said Gordon Hughes, professor at the University of Edinburgh and a former advisor on energy to the World Bank. There is a massive dishonesty involved here. Terms like offshore opponents are scaring the public. Okay, how many years have we heard over the last 30 years that the world is coming to an end by a certain date, and here we still are. At the same time, the cult of ignorance, as I guess Isaac Asimov said, local groups, that's projection as far as I'm concerned, and local groups receive dark money. If you have any proof of that, you can bring it to me or to Suzanne, because I've never heard of that. Okay, I've been involved in that group for a long time. If we had a lot of money, we'd be spending a lot more money, but we have none, so I don't know where you get that at all. Calling people names that don't agree with you is non-scientific. I've always heard that there's a consensus in science on global warming or global climate change. There's no such thing as a consensus in science. There never has been, okay? Those who get grants and subsidies from different groups and from the U.S. government have a reason to produce results that keep those grants coming in the future, okay? And so I'd ask that those people who are proposing and who are for wind to use reason and logic and think about the actual economic costs that it will cost to the world and to the United States. And those costs are far exceeding the problem we're looking at that can be with technology and future growth can be mitigated at a small cost to our country.
Can you wrap it up, Councilor?
Thank you. I think that's all I have to say. So appreciate everybody coming up and speaking.
Thank you. Any further response? Seeing none. Thank you. At this point, I would like to invite the members of the school committee up and join us on the dais for our annual joint meeting.
Mark's on, hi, Mark Milne is on,
Zoom, yeah. I would like to welcome the school committee. At this point, I will turn it over to the chair of the school committee to do her roll call and introduction.
thank you. I'll now open the school committee portion of the meeting and take a roll call to attendance. Andre King.
Present.
And Courtney West. Here. Jen Cullum should be joining us shortly, and Kathy Bent is present. Thank you.
Okay, the purpose of the joint meeting with the town council and the school committee is to review the financial condition of the town, revenue and expenditure forecasts, and other relevant information in order to develop a coordinated budget. At this point, I would like to recognize Mark Milne, who will walk us through the forecast and budgets.
Thank you, President Tamish. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, town councilors and school committee members, Superintendent Ahern and Town Manager Els. As President Tamish mentioned, the purpose of this meeting is to review our revenue and expenditure forecast for the ensuing year so that we may have a coordinated budget. I will not be talking about long-term financial projections tonight or fiscal policy, other than what we have agreed to for a revenue sharing agreement for the FY27 new revenue growth. So I'm going to share my screen. And is this showing up okay?
Not yet.
Try that again. How about now? Can you see it now?
No, we can't. For some reason, Mark, you're in two windows. I don't know if that makes a difference.
So yeah, it's looks okay on my end. If Lynn Poyant could share it perhaps from the computer in the hearing room.
Okay. I think something else is going on because the screens are repeating themselves into infinity on our side here.
Okay.
Always something, isn't it?
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Is that showing up okay, President
Yes,
Tamish?
it is.
Okay. You can go to the next slide, Lynn. So I'd like to begin by just reviewing what I call our financial report card. This includes our annual financial audit, which is a requirement under the town charter, which for the last fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024 is the most recent audit that we have had. We received a clean opinion on those audit statements, meaning that the town has presented accurately and completely its entire financial picture. That's the kind of opinion you want to get. It's called an unqualified opinion. In addition, as accompanying that report is what's called a single audit, which is a review of all the expenditures that we have made against our federal grant programs. And I'm pleased to report that there have been no findings or questioned cost on those federal awards programs. And secondly, we generally use our credit rating as one of our financial report cards, and the most recent credit rating from April 30th of 2025 from Standard & Poor's indicated that we maintained our AAA bond rating, which is the highest bond rating that a community can receive. And so that continues to be a strong point for the town of Barnstable. They continue to point out our strong budgetary performance, as well as a comprehensive set of formalized financial policies, ample operating budget flexibility, and a manageable debt burden with strong reserves. And finally, I'd like to just quickly review our most recent fiscal year end budget variances for fiscal year 2025. As you can see on this table on the right, all of our funds, the general fund and all 9 enterprise funds, incurred a favorable budget variance. And the general fund budget variance was the largest favorable budget variance we have ever experienced at almost $21 million. Now, a lot of that was attributable to one-time events. We have a more aggressive tax collection policy in place that collected us several millions of dollars of outstanding overdue taxes, along with the penalties and interest associated with those late payments. And that contributed a great deal to that surplus, as well as a few $1 million of returned appropriations, unspent municipal operating budgets, as we charged those costs off to the remaining ARPA grant that we received from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. That was the end of that program in 2025. And so those two events will not repeat themselves. But we did have a very strong positive financial variance. Next slide, please. So that contributed to a growth in our free cash in the general fund. Down at the bottom of this table, you can see it went from $31 million to $36 million, an increase of $5 million. We used about $15 million to balance our capital and operating budgets in 2025. However, that $21 million favorable budget variance contributed to that $5 million increase in our general fund reserves. And our airport and sewer and water enterprise funds also had an increase in their reserve balances, and the other 5 enterprise funds you see here on the top in red all experienced a slight decline, the largest being in Sandy Neck because we used $1 million of their reserves for the coastal resiliency project out there. Next slide, please. So what's the significance of reserves? Well, the traditional thinking around these are that you use them for one-time expenses. It's a backstop. You can also use them for startup funding. If you start a new program, for example, and you don't have the fees coming in that program is going to generate yet, you fund it initially from your reserves to get it going. You can also use these funds for rate stabilization, like we do in our water enterprise fund mainly. We try to keep the rate increases to a smaller amount by using some of the reserves that they have. We accumulate reserves to pay future liabilities, the biggest one being our other post-employment benefits liability. That liability has been calculated by our actuary at over $100 million. So you use these reserves to accumulate resources to meet those unfunded liabilities. And of course, short-term service stabilization is also a traditional way of using reserves. We've also incorporated into the thinking around our use of reserves, though, a risk management philosophy. We have a lot of cash flow needs. We have weekly expenses, but in our general fund, we have only quarterly tax revenue. So we have to take a close look at the cash flow to make sure that we keep enough cash liquid to pay our weekly obligations and our biweekly payroll obligations. They also, in the enterprise funds, a lot of the revenue gets collected one time a year, in most of those enterprise funds, so we have to look at that cash flow as well. Revenue instability now. These reserves can provide a softer landing. You can make adjustments to your expenditure side of your ledger over a longer period of time by strategically using those reserves. And we're also seeing an increased use of reserves for self-insured activities like our workers' compensation program and some assets for which we cannot receive insurance coverage for. Next slide, please. So here's the free cash that we used for the 2026 budget. It's actually down about $4 million from the 2025 budget, about $15 million down to $11 million. However, most of that is in the area of the capital program. There was actually an increase in the use of reserves to balance our operating budget by about $2.3 million. So while it's down overall, it's up on the operating side of the budget. Next slide, please. These are some of the other notable reserves that we have. Our capital trust fund finances our general fund capital program. I'll talk a little bit more about that a few slides later. We have our sewer construction private way fund and our comprehensive water management reserve fund. Those are being used for financing or paying back the loans that we're going to be taking out to fund our sewer expansion program. We have our water supply stabilization fund, which helps mitigate water rate increases. We also, of course, have our community preservation fund, which you're all well acquainted with, which serves a purpose for the four purposes stated here. And we have that OPEB trust fund that I talked about previously. We're accumulating assets to pay off that unfunded liability. While we're not required yet to be doing this, we're trying to be proactive and making sure that eventually that day will come where we will be required, most likely, to start paying off this unfunded liability, similar to the way we're required to pay the pension's unfunded liability off. This day will probably come in the near future, but we're being proactive and trying to accumulate some resources for that. And then, of course, we have that self-insured activity, which is our workers' compensation program. Very difficult, not impossible, to find an insurance provider out there who will cover you for workers' compensation these days. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the revenue trends that we're experiencing and what we're looking at for fiscal year 2027 after that. So our general fund reserves, or general fund revenue sources, are predominantly made up of property taxes. This category has consistently provided about 70% of the resources to fund our operating budget. This is controlled by Proposition 2.5, so we really don't have any control over that other than going to our voters in town and asking them to increase taxes above and beyond the limitations under Proposition 2.5. We can influence new growth, which can also be allowed to added to the property tax levy through the use of land use policies, but it's also dependent upon the local economy as to what new growth could come in at. State aid currently provides about 14% of all of our general fund resources, and that's really out of our control. It's subject to the state legislative process and what the state's financial condition is. Excise taxes comprise about 5% of all of our general fund revenue, and that's very much dependent upon economic conditions. And I believe the cost of most of that revenue comes from motor vehicle excise taxes. And I think the average cost of a new vehicle these days is of more than $50,000, which is remarkable. But it's getting more and more expensive to buy a new car, and we're really dependent upon people buying new cars in order to keep that revenue source where it is. Other local receipts provide about 8% of our general fund resources. And this is another area where we have some control at the local level, as we can adjust rates on an annual basis, but we can't necessarily control the activity levels. And finally, reserves currently provide about 4% of the resources that we use to balance our operating budget. Next slide, please. So speaking a little bit more about property taxes and how they get created, of course, it's a Assessed values go into that equation. That really drives what our tax rates end up being. And as this chart illustrates, the town's property value has doubled over the past 10 years. Now, this is a positive trend for the town's credit rating and also our taxing capacity. However, it can be a negative factor as well, especially when it comes to state aid formulas, because the two largest categories of state aid being Chapter 70 and unrestricted state aid, they consider property value in their distribution formulas. So communities with a higher value are generally regarded as having a stronger ability to pay for their services with local property taxes, so it can be a negative as well. But we have doubled our property value in the past 10 years. And I can have the next slide, please. What that ends up doing is creating a lot of override capacity. Override capacity can only be accessed through a referendum. And so while our tax levy has grown $42 million over the past 10 years from $114 million to $156 million, our override capacity or our taxing capacity has more than doubled to $500 million. Again, only can be accessed through a voter-approved referendum, and we're currently taxing at about 23% of our levy ceiling. $15 million of the new property growth, of that growth in the tax levy, has come from new property growth, with the other $27 million coming from the allowable increase from Proposition 2.5 over this 10-year period. Next slide, please. So that increase in assessed value has really been a significant factor in the reductions that we have seen in our property tax rates over the past 10 years. So we've gone from about $9.50 for residential property and $8.50 for commercial property down to a projected amount of about $6.63 for residential property in FY26 and about just under $6 for the commercial property, commercial, industrial, and personal property. So that's really what drives tax rates, is the increase in assessed values. They are increasing at a higher percentage rate than the tax levy is increasing. So that's going to result in these reduced tax rates. Next slide, please. So Proposition 2.5, that 2.5% increase applies to the base levy. The base levy omits any voter-approved exclusions. We have two of them currently. The assessment we received from the Cape Cod Commission, as well as our share of the cost of the constructing the new Cape Tech Regional High School out in Harwich. Again, the tax levy can be further increased by a factor for new property growth on an annual basis. And the tax levy can also be also includes those voter-approved exclusions from Proposition 2.5. The 2.5% increase under Proposition 2.5 does not apply to any taxpayer's change in tax bill. So it doesn't apply to your tax bill, it doesn't apply to your assessed value, it doesn't apply to the tax rate. It applies to the tax levy only. So that's a key important thing to remember when maybe perhaps somebody calls you and asks you why their tax bill is going up more than 2.5%, or their assessed value. Proposition 2.5 doesn't apply to any one of those three areas. It's only to the tax levy. The chart on the right shows what our property tax growth has been for the past 10 years. We were on an upward trend for a few years from post-COVID, but now we're back down to going in the other direction. Starting in FY26, we did see about a $300,000 drop in our new property growth. For our top 10 taxpayers in town, it's typically utility companies, shopping centers, large apartment complexes. The important takeaway here is that we are not over-reliant on any one taxpayer. We have a very diversified tax base. It's predominantly residential, but we don't over-rely on any one taxpayer to pay a significant portion of our tax levy, which is a positive factor for us in our credit rating. Next slide, please. Here's our state aid trend. State aid has more than doubled over the past 10 years, with most of the increase occurring in FY23 and FY24 in our Chapter 78 category. We were the recipients of about $6 million a year, $5 million in 1 year, $6 million in the second year, increases in that category of aid when they implemented the Student Opportunity Act. However, that has now leveled off, and we expect to see minimal increases in Chapter 78 like we did in fiscal years 25 and 26. Going into 27, we don't expect a large increase again. Next slide, please. This is our local receipt trend. You can see post-COVID, we've been on an upward trend starting in FY22 through FY25, and a growth in our local receipts. And a lot of that has to do with just activity levels. We've seen increased activity levels, strong motor vehicle revenue, excise tax revenue, strong investment income revenue. But with actions that the Federal Reserve Board has recently taken by cutting interest rates, that all trickles down to us at the local level eventually, and it reduces what we can earn in our excess cash deposits. We try to be as aggressive as we can in our investments with the excess cash that we have on hand, but our philosophy is safety first, liquidity second, keeping these funds liquid so that we meet our weekly and bi-weekly obligations, and investment return is our third priority. So for FY26, we actually we used a lower budget estimate than what we took in FY25, and we've consistently done that. We'll do that again in FY27, but not as conservative as we did in FY26, just because of the fiscal stress we're experiencing. But that level of conservatism has treated us well, so to speak, because we've been able to generate reserves to replace those reserves that we've been utilizing. But that's going to become more difficult in the future as we push our local receipt estimates higher and higher. Next slide, please. A couple of indicators about our local tourism economy. Here's our meals tax revenue. Certainly, tourism contributes to this revenue category as well as our local residents, but we have seen an uptick in this revenue source for the past few years, really starting in, again, fiscal year 22 through fiscal year 25, kind of leveled off. And I think we project it will level off in 26 with very little growth in 27. Next slide, please. The rooms tax revenue, again, seen some growth here, but what's interesting here is kind of as we see a bump in traditional lodging, we see a reduction in vacation rental lodging. And more recently in fiscal year 24, we actually saw a drop in traditional lodging and a pretty good increase in the vacation rental tax revenue. But then it flipped in fiscal year 25, where the traditional lodging went up and vacation rentals went down, and we're projecting about the same amount of rooms tax revenue in both those categories in 26 and small growth in 27. Next slide, please. So now I'll get a little bit into what our general fund expenditure drivers are looking into fiscal year 27. FY26, our budget includes about $115 million of salaries. So every 1% increase in our salaries adds about another $1.1 million to the budget. All of our municipal collective bargaining agreements are under contract through the end of this fiscal year. We'll be beginning negotiations again soon for the next 3-year contract, 27, 28, 29. And all the schools' collective bargaining agreements have been negotiated through 2027. Next slide, please. Here's a 10-year history of our pension assessment. This is one of the main cost drivers in our other requirements area of our budget. We saw significant increases in FY20 and again in FY26 of over $1 million in the pension assessment. Over this 10-year period, this assessment had averaged about a $562,000 increase per year. Again, our unfunded liability for the pension is projected to be amortized through FY38. So we have, another 11 years to get there to our pension system is fully funded, and we expect to see these kinds of increases going forward. A major factor that contributes to this assessment cost is what the investments earn in the pension system on their investment return, and that if they have a bad year, and a lot of that is invested in equities. If it's a bad year for the stock market, it tends to be a bad year for us in terms of a pension assessment increase. But it's all managed by the state treasurer's office now. Barnstable County Retirement System has transferred all their assets up to PARAC or to the state's retirement system, state treasurer's office, and they manage many independent or many local pension funds that municipalities around the state have. No longer manage them at the local level. Next slide, please. Our health insurance costs. This is a major expense for us. We have about $18 million budget for active and retired employees in the fiscal year 2026 budget. The split right now is a 70% contribution from the town, 30% for the employees, for our active employees. It remains currently at 50-50 for retired employees. But as you know, there is a petition out there from the retirees group to seek a similar contribution ratio that the active employees are receiving. Every 1% in the rates can add $180,000 to our operating budget. We have currently built in about a 5% rate increase to the FY27 budget projection, but we're hearing signals from the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group that it's going to be more than that. So the numbers you see tonight are probably understated, and we will be revising these projections as we receive better information from them. The FY26 rate increase averaged about 6.5% across all the plans. Again, I think it's going to be higher than that for FY27. Next slide, please. Get to our capital side of our budget. This is what's been submitted for the next 5 years. Looking at just the general fund, we have $325 million of submissions for the next 5 years, $90 million in 2027 alone, which is what we are working with right now for next year's budget. We have $50 million for the comprehensive wastewater management plan and about $19 million for our enterprise funds. Most of our enterprise funds take care of their own capital. With the exception of the HYCC, they've been successfully meeting their capital needs for the past several years. Next slide, please. So what we're projecting for our ability to finance some of that general fund capital is we're currently allocating about $18 million a year to the capital budget out of our general fund. And about half of that is cash financing for projects, and the other half is $9 million is what our loan payments are on a year for the loans that we take out to fund some of our larger capital projects. We expect that split to transition to a 15-85 split in about 5 years as we issue more loans, trying to be more aggressive on our capital program. We have the capacity to do that. We estimate that we have about $75 million of capacity over the next 5 years in the Capital Trust Fund. We're on average about $15 million a year that we could issue in new loans. But then that fund, based on that $18 million we're contributing to date, will reach its capacity. And then we'll need to take a break for a year or two while some loans get paid off before we can start actively issuing brand new loans for more capital. So that's our projection right now. Next slide, please. Best practices for your capital program typically tend to be keep your total capital commitment to about a 7 to 12% range of your operating budget. We are currently at that or a little bit above it. We project to be a little bit below it over the next few years. Every community is different, of course, and some communities may be above this, some may be below it. We really need to be above that based upon what you saw submitted in the slides a couple of slides ago. We have a lot of capital needs. And best practice is also try to keep your debt service payments less than or equal to 10% of your operating budget. We're at about 6% now, projected to be closer to 8% over the next few years. So we're getting up to that 10% best practice. Next slide, please. Here's a phenomenon that's affecting our capital program. Significant increase in borrowing rates over the past few years as interest rates have gone up. Since FY21, we've lost $3 million of purchasing power. So we could have borrowed, for example, we could have borrowed $10 million 5 years ago, and today we can only borrow $7 million at the interest rates that we're paying. So this has had a significant impact on our ability to finance our capital program. We don't project these rates to go down, however, they are leveling off. Next slide, please. Here's our outstanding debt. We have a lot of authorized but unissued debt to date, most of that being in the comprehensive wastewater management plan. Those loans will be issued over the next 5-year period as construction costs is incurred. Much of that is being financed through the State Revolving Loan Fund. We should now be eligible for a 0% interest rate through that program as we've adopted a flow neutral policy. But we are getting more and higher, close to 400. We do have $400 million of authorized and unissued debt combined with our outstanding debt now. There is a 5% cap that the state places on communities. We're well below that still. And we don't project to hit that anytime soon. Next slide, please. Here's a breakout of the general fund expenditures by major category. Our school budget's about $94 million. Municipal budget's $52 million, and the employee benefits is $35 million. And that's a significant piece of the general fund budget. And our capital program's about $17 million. So those 4 areas are the biggest areas where most of our budget is concentrated in on the expenditure side. Next slide, please. And finally, looking into FY27, here's our preliminary budget projection. Again, this will be modified through the next couple of months as we get better information. We'll get those Cape Cod Municipal Health Group rate adjustments. We'll receive our pension assessment soon, and we'll receive the governor's budget soon. But these are the current fiscal policy that we adhere to when building the budget. We construct it within the tax limitations of Proposition 2.5. Any net revenue growth that is remaining after we cover the cost and our other requirements gets allocated to the school and municipal operations on a 60 to 40% basis. Our general fund savings, or also known as free cash, may be used to balance the operating budgets and fund capital projects subject to the town council's appropriation. Any surplus that gets generated from unspent appropriations and any actual revenues exceeding our budget estimates are credited back to the municipal and school savings accounts. An amount equal to 4% of the general fund operating budget is always set aside for an emergency reserve fund. And our current free cash allocation today is about $12.5 million in a municipal savings account, $14.7 million for the schools, and that $8.6 million town council reserve fund. Next slide, please. So looking at the numbers, here are the various revenue categories. Again, most of the revenue growth of $7.3 million is in that property tax category. We're projecting an increase of about 3.4%. Again, that's 2.5% allowed under Proposition 2.5 plus a factor for new growth. So that gets us up to about 3.4%. And so we're projecting total revenue growth of about $7.3 million for FY27. Next slide, please. Looking at our other requirements budgets, which include school assessments, employee benefits, other costs, which is really the capital program, insurance costs, as well as library grants. That's what's included in other costs. And state and county assessments. Right now, we're looking at all of those four categories to increase by about $3 million. Likely going to be more when we hear from the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group as to where they're going with rate adjustments. And so that leaves us about $4.3 million for the operating budgets, and split on a 60-40 basis. That's $2.6 million for the school budget and 1.6, almost 1.7 for the municipal budgets. So that's what we're working with currently, and trying to beginning the development of those FY27 operating budgets. And lastly, the next slide, please. This chart gives you a 10-year history of historical budget changes. You can see back in from 17 through FY21, we had more modest increases in the operating budget, but then due to some really strong revenue growth that we saw in FY23 and 24, 25, we were able to increase the level of service that we were providing using that revenue growth. But now we're back down to a more closer to what the average budget increase has been over this time, of about anywhere between 3.5% and 4%. That's really with the current revenue growth that we're seeing. That's more of a target that we can achieve right now with the type of revenue growth that we see. And that concludes my comments at this time, Mr. President, and I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Mark. As always, a fantastic job. Kathy, did you want to start it off?
Thank you for the presentation. Very easy to follow, very detailed, and I appreciate all the time that went into it. I'd like to start my comment off first by just showing my appreciation for the entire town, the town's finance department. I teach a class at the college that is called Foundations of Municipal Organizations, and I have about 20 students this semester. Mark graciously came in as a guest speaker, but every week is a different topic, and then the assignment is for them to go back to their hometowns and locate the information that we went over that night. And so I get the opportunity to help students navigate various town and city finance, what's published on their websites regarding the finance. And Barnstable, by far, is head and shoulders above all the others with the timeliness of the postings, the ease of locating the information, how quickly it's up there. There are some areas across the state of Massachusetts, and they haven't updated since the early 20s, like 21, 22. So as we all hear when something goes wrong and a lack of transparency, I can say that Barnstable is head and shoulders above the others when it comes to making sure the public is aware of what's going on. And that's another, not only just the website, but what the Finance Committee put together. I use them as models, and they're so thorough and great teaching tools. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to express my gratitude. I think the Finance Committee's recent report accurately depicted the needs of the school department. We all are facing down the road some challenging times between the wastewater project and the aging of the buildings across not only the school department, but the rest of the town. And so my feeling is just that I think we really need to work together, work jointly, try to be proactive with figuring out how we're going to solve what looks to be a need to go out and seek additional funds. Definitely within 3 to 5 years is what I would think, looking at the numbers. So we're anxious to work together with our town council partners and try to come up with some creative solutions for making sure that all of our citizens have what they need. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to concur that tough times are coming. There's no question about that. I don't think that there's any rosy outlook for the finances of the town. And, you know, we're very lucky to have Mark Milne. We're very lucky to have the people that we have on CFAC. And, you know, there's a lot of information out there. The question is, how do we use it, and how do we proactively start to not only get ourselves ready for whether it be an override or a debt exclusion. I hate to even say those words, but you know, there's some tough times coming, and you know, we have to work together. And proactive is really the word, and there's a lot more to come on that. Any comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mark, a good presentation, and you know, I look at FY27, and I guess the numbers are the numbers. We kind of know where we are. You have also shared in other presentations kind of a look ahead for 5 years, and really to echo the comments that were just made, the situation looks really tough. We have new growth may not be materializing. I'm not sure that we're going to be getting as much in the way of state aid as we had been in terms of increases. And so it starts to look like balancing the budget 3-5 years in the future is quite heroic, and maybe not even possible. I know that even, you know, the current fiscal year, the school department had to dip into reserves. That's not a sustainable situation at all. And I guess my question, Mr. President, is if in fact we're going to work together, the school committee and the town council, is there a mechanism that we can do that rather than, say, a joint meeting, but creating a committee of both that can start to really think about planning for the future? Because not only the operating expenses, but also, you're right, on the capital expenses, which scare me.
Absolutely. We have been in discussion internally on our side, and I understand that the school committee is more than willing to sit down and not just meet once a year together, but perhaps subcommittees to meet together to plan out a course of action. Because it's going to have to be a united front. We're going to have to come to an agreement on what the needs are and how we're going to address them.
Fully agree.
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah. So I think we definitely need to form some kind of an ad hoc committee or some working group that consists of key town council and school committee people, so that then we can both go back to the respective areas. Where we are at with our capital is that anybody who pays attention to the school committee will see that each month we're going through each building. 9 buildings, 9 months made it easy. So by the end of this fiscal year, we should have a pretty good idea of exactly where we sit with those projects, so that we can make better decisions as to what we think a proposed solution would be. And then keeping in mind all that's going on your end, there's just no way it can be done unilaterally. And so I think starting by figuring out on both ends what the needs are, and then coming together to figure out some possible solutions to look at, and then expanding the group to get other ideas once we have a little bit of a piece to present. That's how I would see it.
Thank you. Any further comment? Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I have 4 things. First is a comment. It's just kind of an observation based on the how Director Milne presented it, that our zoning is really at odds with the excise tax revenue increasing when we zone for 1 car only for our new apartments and things. So that's just a comment there. So that may hurt that revenue. He mentioned in terms of maybe state aid might be impacted by our property taxes. And I wondered if he could answer, and I'll say all 4 things first, is our gateway city status. I think our gateway city status is really important for some of the programs and things we can do, and I wondered if that will impact it. And then the investment revenue, that's incredible what you've done with investment revenue. What were you doing, or did you get a financial advisor? I mean, who took over that increased that investment revenue so much? I mean, that's incredibly impressive. And the last one is, maybe not a popular thing to say, but it's the realities, and, some very large, even government entities are going this way, and I was subject to it in my private employment. Is my company declared bankruptcy in large measure to dump the pension programs. Is there, and I don't have, they dumped it. You rely on a 401k. That's kind of the way it's going. Do you have any meetings with the state, or is the state, this is a very serious question, is the state considering kind of joining the bandwagon and getting rid of this pension burden and going more to the 401k? And it kind of speaks back to your investment income there. So those are my 4 thoughts, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, did you want to address that?
And sure. Thank you, Councilor Buckley. Excellent questions. First, when it comes to our assessed values, it's our assessed values that affect the state aid formulas. Again, because the state considers communities with stronger property values or higher property values, they interpret that as you have a greater ability to pay for your services at the local level through increasing your property taxes. That's why, when they look at what our tax rates are in other communities who have low tax rates, like the town of Barnstable, and you have that tremendous amount of additional taxing capacity, the first thing they say to us when we talk about trying to find ways to increase state aid for Barnstable is that you don't need more state aid because you have the ability that a lot of other communities don't have. A lot of communities don't have that excess taxing capacity that they could tap into. However, that requires the voters' approval. So, we always respond in that way that, that's not a given. You can't say that just because we have it, we can access it. We can't necessarily. So it's really the assessment, those strong property values, and it's just the nature of where we're located. And all communities on the Cape are in the same situation. We have strong property values, but strong property values don't equate to strong ability to pay for many people, right? I mean, some of these homes have been in the same generation for years, and they don't. Retirees who've been in these homes for generations, don't have the financial means to pay more and more property taxes. And so the formulas don't always work. The second thing is gateway cities. Yeah, being a gateway city, we are eligible for grants, but it won't impact, it doesn't increase, classified as a gateway city doesn't increase our ability to get more Chapter 70 aid or unrestricted general government aid. When it comes to investment income, I think a lot of credit is due to our current treasurer, Sean O'Brien. Sean is a very bright person who has very strong cash flow analysis skills, but also contributing to that is the increase in interest rates. You remember when you couldn't earn 10 basis points on your certificate of deposit? Well, now you can get CDs, 3.5%, 4%, north of 4%. So we've just benefited from the market. It's just the way the market's been with the rising interest rates over the past few years. But Sean has done a fantastic job of managing all of that, so he deserves a lot of credit. And I think got all your questions. I think I might have missed one, though. Did I miss one?
Yeah, the last one was dumping the pension programs.
Oh, the pension. Thank you.
Yeah, has the
Yes.
state or the county,
Yeah.
I mean, had a serious discussion about this to kind of join the rest of the world in doing that?
Yeah, some states have gone in that direction. Massachusetts is not talking about that. What Massachusetts has done has been, required everyone to amortize those pension liabilities, and put in place a funding plan and amortize those liabilities. And they give you up to, I think it's fiscal year 2040 to do it. So Barnstable County is doing it. I think they're on a schedule to 2038. There's no talk in the state of Massachusetts about doing away with these defined benefit pension plans. A lot of government agencies at state and local level still have them across the country, but there have been some that have gone away with them, at least for their new employees. They grandfathered existing employees, but any new employees coming in would shift over to like a 401k instead. But there's no talk in Massachusetts of doing something like that. And this is one of the reasons why we're proactively investing in another post-employment benefits trust, is that we expect the same kind of thing or the same requirement eventually by the state to mandate communities to start contributing to these trust funds and amortizing this liability. So we're trying to get ahead of the game and be proactive. For the longest time, these pension liabilities were created decades ago when entities made these promises to employees but didn't put any money aside to pay for it. It was a mistake from decades ago, and we're paying for that mistake today. We're trying to avoid that mistake for the other post-employment benefits.
Thank you. Any further comment? Am I right? Vice President Clark.
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you very much, Mark. We are very lucky to have you working for our town. And kudos to Sean as well. I was informed by our communications director that your very clear and factual PowerPoint presentation is available for the public or any of us to revisit on the town's website under the Town Council presentations. And two questions for you. How much of an impact has the flow neutral adoption by the Town Council impacted our financial outlook? And the second question would be, with all the new lumber that we've seen in town due to some of our zoning changes, I'm surprised that the new growth financial impact isn't more significant. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Councilor Clark. Flow neutral really making us eligible for that 0% financing through the trust will allow us to continue with the implementation of the projects that you just approved for FY26, as well as what we're looking at for FY27. So, and to put that into numbers perspective, it's over $300 million of sewer investment that has been done within Proposition 2.5. And 0% financing through the State Revolving Loan Fund is allowing us to do that to a great extent. We have not issued a loan yet, a long-term loan yet, other than for Strawberry Hill Road, which was pre-flow neutral policy. But Route 28 East, 28 West, Finney's Lane neighborhoods, Centerville North and South, these are all projects that we do anticipate being able to finance through the trust at that 0%. A little bit higher if we decide to amortize over 30 years, probably be like 0.2%. But it has been a tremendous help for us. New growth, when it comes to new growth, to get the type of growth that we've been seeing means you need to have a few big projects every single year, like Wilkins or Vineyard Wind. Those assets total over, well, in Vineyard Wind's case, I think it's about $110 million on the tax rolls. Wilkins one is about 70 million. But we need in excess of 200 million. I think it's about $220 million of new property value to come on the books every year to get like $1.7 million of new property tax growth. So that's a lot. I mean, when you think about it, over $200 million of property value, that's some significant development. And so we'll see. We'll see. The economy drives a lot of that. Inexpensive financing drives a lot of that, and that's getting more costly. Has been more costly for a while now. So, but you're right, we do have quite a bit in the pipeline, but will it all add up to, $220 million on average every single year? Probably not. Some years will be more, some years it'll be less.
Mark, is it also a timing issue in that the building that's going on now will be coming up in subsequent years?
That's right. Yeah, it takes a few years because we can only get the property growth on the books based on a percentage of completion. So, for example, Vineyard Wind project took us, I think, 3 years as they built out that infrastructure. We got a little bit every single year. Same thing with Wilkins. I think that one came on over the course of 2 years, maybe perhaps 3 years. But these larger projects take time to construct, and we can't get all the new property growth in 1 year. It's typically 2 to 3 years that we get the full value of that asset on the tax rolls.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Andre.
Just wanted to thank Mark for your projection relative to the Chapter 70 funding. This is something that myself and other committee members have worked with the Massachusetts Association of School Committees to understand and to really advocate for the Chapter 70 funding to keep pace with inflation. So your projection for the upcoming year is quite helpful, along with noting what the increased interest rates, the impact that will have on capital projects. So I appreciate those clarifications. I just wanted to establish my firm support of working together vis-a-vis subcommittees with the town council to address these issues. I'm a part of a number of subcommittees. We all are part of and we do need to have collective solutions. And then also through these subcommittees that we're working, get the information out to the community so that they are well aware of what's going on, so that they can make the informed decisions about our path going forward. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Well, I guess you would. Yeah.
Thank you very much. School committee meeting, I would need a motion to close the school committee portion of the meeting.
Move to.
And second?
Second.
All right, having a motion made and seconded. Andre?
Yes.
Courtney?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you, and open meeting is closed.
Thank you. Thank you for meeting with us, and I would like to move forward on the joint committee. I think it would be fantastic. And by the way, I would just like to recognize Superintendent Ahern has sat through this very quietly, but thank you for being here also. Okay. It is 8:15. I think everybody needs 5 minutes. Well. Okay, continuing with the town manager's report. The town manager has video recorded his report to the town council. Some of the highlights on it are the calendar year fee hearings were held Thursday, November 13th. And public comment is open until 4 p.m. on Monday, December 15th. And last night, the Barnstable Youth Commission hosted their 12th Annual Community Substance Abuse Prevention Forum. One thing that I wanted to mention that's not in his report, it just came in today, is that the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities has given their approval to the housing production plan. So that is an approved housing production plan for us. Any questions for the town manager or anything further? Seeing none, we will move on. Minutes. Do I have a motion on the minutes?
Second.
You want to discussion? Do you want to? She's got it? Okay.
One
okay.
edit.
Motion made and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Bloom.
Sorry. Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
No.
Keene.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
11 yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, I would like to invite Assemblyman, is that your title, Chief Frederickson? To come forward, who's going to update us on the county home sales tax proposal as that's moving through the county.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me.
The microphone
I'm going to read from
Frank, the green light to the button.
Yep, green light's on. Thank you. Good evening. You may or may not be aware of an effort by the Barnstable County Assembly of Delegates to create a fee on the sale of high-valued real estate in Barnstable County. The intention is to provide a source of funding to address housing needs for moderate and low-income earners. The current concept is to place a non-tax deductible fee on high-value real estate sales that will be used to infuse funding for housing trust funds. The document before you, which I gave out earlier, is not from the Assembly of Delegates. It is a subgroup called Economic Affairs, which is made up of a small group of Assembly of Delegates. I was just appointed to this group this week and have not yet met with the group. The 15-member Assembly of Delegates has not voted in favor of this framework, nor has it had open and detailed discussions. This document is merely a draft and the start of a long process to produce a solid document that the full Assembly of Delegates can vote on to approve before it is submitted to the legislature as a home rule petition. Please be cognizant of the fact that whatever is submitted to the legislature does not exclude the legislature from changing it however they want. Correct, Councilman Crocker? While there are many questions that still need to be answered, the Subcommittee on Economic Affairs will be holding more meetings, including one December 10th at 4 p.m. I again remind you, this is a draft constructed by a subgroup of the Assembly of Delegates. It is submitted to elicit more information that will help the Economic Affairs Committee develop or not move forward with this effort. It is my suggestion that the Barnstable Town Council and Town Manager should review this document and understand what is taking place. I recommend that any comments, questions, suggestions, or concerns be forwarded to me. This will help shape the direction of the proposed document. I implore you to take very careful note of what is going on. The petition will create a law that will allow local and county governments to take capital from individuals when a property they purchase or sell takes place. Creating a new law and permanent law that takes someone's capital should be the last resort and be fully vetted and justified.
Thank you. Any questions for Assemblyman Frederickson? You know, as this works its way through, I appreciate the updates. With all of the different proposals, both within the town for some of the issues that we're going to have upcoming, and on the county and state level, I think it's important that we be aware of and make sure all these things are coordinated and they're not done in a haphazard manner. It's critical for all of us.
Right. The process in which this has been moving has been choppy at best. We're trying to straighten the process out so that everything can be considered. And then for the town of Barnstable, there are a lot of things in there that you really have to watch because you are going to be the biggest contributors because of what you just heard, the high property values within the town. Okay. Any further discussion? Vice President Clark?
Thank you very much, Mr. Frederickson. And you noted that the next meeting is on December 10th.
Yes.
So when, what time and where would that be?
That is, it'll be available on Zoom. You can go to the county website and take a look at their calendar. You should be able to access it there. I believe is it, I put it in here, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
Well,
set.
thank you for your patience, Frank.
All right.
We appreciate you coming.
Well, I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
All right,
Have a
take
good
care.
night.
Good night. And speaking of patience, I'd like to welcome Doug Crook, Chair of the Shellfish Committee, and thank you for your patience.
Not a big deal. I'm just happy I don't have to do this this often with my committee. My name is Doug Crook. I also go by DJ. I've been acting chair of the Shellfish Committee now for, I think, about a year or a little over. And I replaced Stuart Rapp, who held the seat, I think, for its entirety. I had been a member 3 years prior to this, and I was voted in as the chair. So I've kind of taken over. I've been part of the fishing community for most of my life. And, you know, it was an honor to be asked into that. But, I mean, I'm a dad in his 30s, and life is busy right now. So I try to give them my best, and I asked the same of them, and things have been going pretty smoothly this year. To summarize the committee, we are made up of 9 members, 5 recreational, 2 aquacultural, and 2 commercial shellfish representatives. We also have the town's shellfish constable, Amy Croteau, to help run the meeting, someone whom I credit with making the meeting honestly viable. On the second Wednesday of every month, we meet in the Selectmen's Conference Room at 6. Our meetings may seem off the rails sometimes. It can get a little, out of control. But we have a group of people that are very passionate about the shellfish habitat in this town. Yes, a lot of us fishermen are very grateful for the licenses we get either from the state or the town, but we also are out there every day making sure our waters are protected in the best way possible. And that's kind of what made my decision as far as taking the chair position. I'm in this for the long haul. I am grant holder of Oyster Farm. Since I was 23, that's when I started, and I got a long way to go. And yeah, I'll just move on from that. So although our committee is small and our agendas tend to be short, we go through a series of topics that relate to the status of our shellfish in town. We go through notices of intent pertaining to any shoreline construction like docks or bulkhead repairs. We assess the proposed projects and their potential impacts on shellfish habitat. And then we'll make a recommendation to the Conservation Commission. And we are pretty strict with that. We have a group of people that are very, like, it needs to be a perfect situation if we are going to add docks to the, I mean, ultimately we're making recommendations, but I mean, each site is, you know, gone over. There's a shellfish survey. We hear sources from the engineers, we hear sources from the town, and then we make a decision from there. And I think it's important, you know, like we've reviewed 81 of these NOIs since 2022. 22 of them were just this year. So I think it's important that we convey that information to the Conservation Commission. Our committee also reviews aquaculture license renewals or transfers. There's been 39 since 2022, 13 of them this year. The reason for so many of them is we changed the regulation, agreeing to raise the maximum acreage to 4 per individual from 2, to help support the families that have been doing this for 30 years now, and you know, for the young people like such as myself, you know, as the business grows, we're able to expand and keep this blue economy really going. The regulation change took about 1.5 years to discuss, and as you can imagine, it got fiery at times, but we did make an agreement, and it's been working out very well. To continue about regulations, the Shellfish Committee helped Natural Resources amend portions of 25 regulations since 2022, ranging from the addition of definitions to recreational, commercial, and aquacultural changes that protect the resource and suit the town's fishery. 9 of these changes were made this year. The town's Department of Natural Resources also uses this platform to announce any closures or openings and to keep the public updated on their propagation efforts. This is important because we do have a rec program that has 3,152 permits for this year. And kudos to the Shellfish team and Natural Resources for making it one of the best programs in the state, without a doubt. To conclude, the committee worked with Natural Resources to enable the wild fishery to dredge clams in our embayments through a pilot program to help turn over degraded bottom. With some success, the committee and Natural Resources has been working on ways to regulate this type of fishery in town. In the future, we plan to utilize this clam dredging in areas slated for the material dredging under the 10-year comprehensive dredge plan. So pretty much before, you know, the town issues the dredgers or allow the dredgers to clear out material, you know, our focus is to clean out those clams first, whether contaminated or not, you know, get them to different areas or harvest them. We take this very seriously, and I mean, it's I feel like in the past few years, like some younger guys have kind of joined in on the committee, and we all have a vested interest in what the future looks like. There's a lot of battles we have to fight. People thinking, you know, the fishery is sometimes not the greatest thing, but, you know, we advocate for the fishermen. And just a couple stats for the town. In 2024, commercial landings of oyster harvest, town of Barnstable was number one. We have a awesome aquaculture program, multiple growers, and we are actively monitored and regulated, and we are compliant with the state and the town. Also, in 2024, Barnstable was the top landing spot for quahog harvests. Those are two major clams that are on the East Coast, and most of them are, that's a lot of revenue joining the blue economy, and I mean, it just goes to show the importance of, we have a committee for shellfish, and it's not a small thing. Let's see what else. I mean, we're a powerhouse for commercial shell fishing and recreational. And we have a group right now that is very dedicated to protecting that. And I believe that's it. Also to mention while I'm here, in the future, I hope to come back here and communicate with you guys, because there are, the ocean is a very delicate place, and, it takes some leadership to change some things, as simple as, a boat ramp that is state-owned and town-run that, we have to battle with through ice and, blown over dunes that keep filling it up over the years. Or we also have an issue with, boats on docks, like the mean low tide value to bottom. In Barnstable, we have up to 10-foot tides, So I hope to be back in the future to ask for some assistance and guidance. But, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate you coming. And, when you talk about the blue economy, I think a lot of people don't realize how important it is to the town. And thank you for doing what you do to protect that.
Appreciate it.
Any further discussion or questions for DJ? Councilor Vice President Clark?
Yes, thank you very much, DJ, for coming and for representing the fishery in a noble way. I've seen the fishery mature from players who have aged out or are no longer here to young fellows like you, some women as well, to sustain the fishery and grow the fishery so that indeed it's number one in the state for the landing of oysters, cultured oysters, and for quahogs. So not only does it bring food to the table, but it also provides a growing amount of jobs. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very good presentation. I've attended one of your meetings in person. I was very impressed. Like you said, the passion, the knowledge there is absolutely incredible, unbelievable, really, how good you guys are. The discussion I witnessed, it all was a visceral feeling of how incredible what you do. I'm not as smart in this as maybe I should be. When you say you're landing, are you coming? You mentioned Barnstable Harbor in your comments. Where are you landing? And I think also from what you've said here really highlights the importance of working waterfronts and saving what we have. So if you could just talk a little, I don't want to take too much time, but what is a landing? Where do you land? And then where does it go? I mean, does it go to Boston? I mean, I'm just curious what that process is.
So landings refers to like when fishermen get back to shore, what port they're going to. We have oyster farmers down in Cotuit, we have Osterville, and then we have Barnstable Harbor, and then we have 47 wild clamming licenses, which are allowed to go anywhere in town. So when we report to the state, it's landing to whatever port or ramp that we go to. As far as my experience or my business, I grow about 3 million oysters a year. I have 2 employees, and a lot of my product gets dropped off to a fish market and goes across the United States. I mean, we have some world-renowned oysters, and between Wellfleet and Dennis. I mean, Barnstable's a little quieter. We're more focused on moving numbers instead of advertising, but we've luckily built up a reputation, to where people want our product, and all the fishermen that are in town, these are town-held licenses, so we can't leave, and so we're trying to make it right, or make a living doing this. And as far as the meetings go, we have experience. We see, horseshoe crabs are my predators. They eat my stuff, or we have invasive green crabs, which we just got into a program to help put a bounty on those. There's a lot of natural things that do damage too. And that's why the fishery is important also. It's not all about making the money and having good food. There's a lot more to it. And, we definitely police ourselves also. We have a good group of guys and a great recreational program, and natural resources. I could go on for days about them, but there's a good support for our shorelines, that's for sure.
How do you defend from a horseshoe crab?
You can't. They're protected. So I had asked for a nuisance license, but the state didn't buy it. So, but generally, horseshoe crabs used for conch bait, which is also an issue that's come up, to ban that. So there's science, there's studies, but I mean, we're out there in February. I mean, we're out there every day. So, we see tendencies. I mean, everything goes by the moon. I love my job, if you couldn't tell, so.
Thank you. Councilor Penn.
Yes, good evening. I loved DJ's report. Thank you for coming and reporting to the council. It's great to know that recreational clamming, working ahead of the commercial dredging, I think that's a brilliant idea to clean the clams or relocate them or whatever before the commercial dredgers get in there. So that's a wonderful use of that plan, and it's great that you guys are working ahead of them to get what you need out of that. And it's also great to know that the aquaculture businesses are growing and supporting the growers. I always read about license changes and transfers and renewals, et cetera, but if all of them are as enthusiastic as you, no wonder that the town production and contributions for blue economy are up there for numbers. 10-foot tides on the north side, yeah, that's definitely a challenge. Come to the south side. We don't have that problem. I guess a question I have is, do you work with commercial fishing fleet in any way? Because those guys, I see horseshoe crabs floating in a harbor all the time in Hyannis, so they don't like them either. Maybe there's something that you guys can do together. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your report, and keep up the good work.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to the orders of the day. Councilor Crocker, I start on my left here. If you could read in 2026-050.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 2026-050, allocation of tax levy for fiscal year 2026 / tax factor.
As printed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. With respect to the public hearings, I'm going to announce the opening and closing of each public hearing without asking for a vote to do so. However, if any counselor objects at any time, then a vote will be taken to open and close the public hearing. Seeing no objection, I will open the public hearing at this point and call upon Mark or Assessor Curran.
Thank you, President Tamish. Mark Mellon, Director of Finance. I will make a few comments before. I think Lynn is going to be my designated driver here again. Thank you, Lynn. So just a few quick refresher here. We received our certification of our property values about 10 days ago. The public disclosure period has expired, and we can now move forward with these votes. So next slide, please. So here we were certified at $26,275,000,000. We have a tax levy of $156,128,000 for FY26, and divide that into the by the assessed value, and it results in a tax rate of $5.94 before any shifting occurs. These shifting options before you tonight do not change that tax levy of $156 million. It just determines who pays what. Next slide, please. So the tax levy gets distributed based on the overall share of the assessed value for each class. The residential class predominantly pays most of the tax levy, as it makes up about almost 90% of the total property value. So they will pay about $140 million of the tax levy, with the other three categories paying the $16 million. Next slide, please. I wanted to provide you a little history of the tax levy allocation. We first presented this last year at the 2025 rate hearing. Because of the stronger growth in residential property values over the past 5 years, there's been a natural shift of more of the tax levy to the residential class from the CIP class, because the values for the CIP class have not grown as quickly. They have grown, but they have not grown as a faster rate as the residential class has, due to the very hot real estate market that we had post-COVID. So this concept of equalizing the growth in the tax levy came up last year. We presented it first in 2025 for your consideration. It is something that the council could do if their strategy were to try to equalize the growth between the two classes to compensate for that faster growth in a residential class. So, for example, if we look back at fiscal year 2021, there was about an 87%, 13% split between who paid the tax levy. The residential class paying about 87%, and the commercial, industrial, and personal property classes paying the other 13%. Today, it's closer to 90-10. If your strategy were to, for example, try to make it so that both classes continued to pay that 87-13 split, the council would have to shift approximately $4 million of the tax levy from the residential class to the CIP class. And this is one of the things you could do. This is what's called the split tax rate. You could accomplish that strategy equalizing the burden of the tax levy by adopting that concept and making a shift. So next slide, please. So this illustrates the amount of tax levy that would get shifted at 5% increments. And so every 5% results in about a 3-4 cent reduction in the residential class, but a corresponding 30-cent increase in the CIP class. And that vast difference is due to, again, that 90%, 10% valuation makeup. So there isn't a lot of tax savings to the residential class because there's 90% of the property classes sharing in that shift. But in only 10% is absorbing the cost. So it's a very different burden for the CIP class as opposed to the savings for the residential class. It would take about a shift of 1.25 to move that $4 million. That's why that 1.25 is highlighted. It shows that the CIP levy would grow from 16 million to about 20 million. And if your policy or strategy were to try to equalize where it was 5 years ago, that's how much you would have to shift. I was asked to present a 10% shift, what that would look like. And a 10% shift would move about $1.6 million. That's the 1.1 shift that's highlighted here in green. That would move the CIP levy from 16.2 million to about 17.8 million. So for your consideration, that's another strategy that you could look at using the split tax rate mechanism to accomplish. Next slide, please. So here's an illustration of what the tax bills would look like at each one of those 5% shifts, with a factor of 1, using the median assessed value for residential property right now for FY26, it's about $633,000. A commercial and a residential taxpayer at that a level of assessment would pay about $3,760 for taxes. And you can see how the shift at these 5% increments, the tax bill for the CIP classes increased dramatically with minimal savings for the residential class. It doesn't mean you shouldn't adopt a shift. I'm just pointing out that there's not a lot of savings from this strategy because we're predominantly made up of residential taxpayers. So, for example, a 1.1 shift would save about a $633,000 assessed value homeowner about $44, and the additional cost to a corresponding CIP taxpayer is about $380. Next slide, please. So that's the split tax rate. The second option for your consideration today, again, is the renewal of the residential exemption. We've had it in place for a number of years, so we should be considering this to continue with this every single year, so that if we just ignore this, it's going to increase tax bills for many people dramatically. So we need to address this every year now that we've implemented it. You can authorize up to a 35% residential exemption. We're currently at 25%. Property must be the primary, the residence must be the primary owner or used for the homeowner as their primary residence for income tax filing purposes, and they must have owned it as of January 1, 2025. This option only shifts taxes within the residential class. It does not affect the CIP class. Important distinction. About 20 communities right now, or in 2025, adopted it out of 351. We originally had it starting in 2026. This option reduces the taxable assessed value for each qualifying primary residence. Barnstable has about 10,671 today. It changes every single day. And the result, again, is it shifts property taxes within a residential class from primary homeowners to higher valued homes and second homeowners. Here's a list of the communities that currently have it and their percentages. Next slide, please. So with a 25% residential exemption, Here's the math behind what that would look like this year. Residential value is about $23.5 billion with 25,000, almost 26,000 residential parcels. You divide that into the residential value, and the average residential value in town right now is $915,000, almost $916,000. 25% residential exemption would result, 25% of that value would result in a almost a $229,000 exemption if the same percentage is adopted. That means homeowners who qualify would receive a reduction off their taxable assessed value of $229,000 before the tax rate's applied. Again, 10,671 parcels currently eligible means we're not going to tax over $2.4 billion in residential value, but we're going to collect the same amount of tax revenue from that class. So how do we do that? Well, next slide, please. You increase the tax rate. So you take the residential value of $23.5 billion, reduce it by the $2.4 billion that's being exempted. The result ends up being $21.1 billion in net residential value that gets taxed, still collecting $139.9 million. It results in a residential tax rate of $6.63. Next slide, please. Here's an example of what the tax bills would look like if we had no exemption in place. We renewed the 25% exemption and for a qualifying and a non-qualifying property owner. So if we have no exemption in place, the blue bar represents what the tax bill would be at these various property values. With a 25% exemption in place, you can see, represented by the orange bar here, you can see there's a savings for many taxpayers, all the way up to an assessed value of about $2.2 million. That's the break-even point where a qualifying homeowner with that residential value would pay the same amount of tax under a 25% residential exemption if they qualified than they would if there were no exemption. It's a very progressive tax policy. You can see the greatest savings are for the lower valued homes and the lower valued property owners, and that savings declines as the assessed value goes up. And then eventually, when you exceed $2.2 million, a qualifying homeowner above that will actually pay more in taxes. But it's still important that they submit and apply for the residential exemption, because that residential exemption is worth over $1,500. And that's the difference between the gray bar and the orange bar. Each one of these assessed values, the difference is $1,518, because that's the value of the exemption. And finally, next slide, please. And finally, here's a tax bill comparison that includes different assessed values, highlighting the median and a couple of break-even points. The first couple of columns show if we had no shift and no exemption in place, what the tax bills would be for each one of these selected assessed values. And then the next two columns, under a 10% shift with no exemption, that illustrates what the tax bills would be there. And then the fifth and sixth columns show what the residential and CIP tax bills would be with a 10% shift and a 25% residential exemption. With that break-even point, because of the 10% shift, that break-even point goes up to $2,525,000, where somebody at that assessed value with a 10% shift and a residential exemption would pay about $15,000 a year in taxes. And if you went to a 30% exemption, the break-even point declines a little bit to $2,450,000. And again, that's because a 10% shift includes a 10% shift, and a 30% residential exemption. So, and I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. As always, very comprehensive. Any questions on my right? Oh, excuse me, we're in a public hearing, so I need to see if there's anyone from the public that would like to be heard on the matter. Seeing no one, Lynn, is there anyone online? No one online? Okay, now I will close the public hearing and open it up for discussion. Councilor Ledke.
Thank you, President Tamish. That was an amazing presentation, Mark. Thank you. And you know, I've been corresponding with Mark because a resident of mine, you know, I'm not that smart, but my resident is pretty smart. He came to me talking about the split tax. And if you go back to 2005, that's when we had a non-binding referendum to our voters, and they overwhelmingly wanted to adopt a split tax, a residential exemption, and a third thing, which is a small business exemption, which we haven't talked about here, and maybe we will in the future. We did, in fact, do the split tax initially, and what the town did, the Hyannis Fire District copied, and they have maintained that split tax from that time forward. So they still have a split tax. They're the only fire district that does. When my resident came to me, I met with him and looked at the information, and Mark presented it here. The assessments for the commercial class, the CIP class, have gone up. Their tax burden has gone down over the last 5 years, whereas in the residential class, it's been exponential. And we've heard about that in the presentation. Mark did the beautiful presentation with the school committee. I think that's impacted what Frank Frederickson, our county representative, brought to us. It's alarming, the growth in the residential class. And also in Mark's presentation, we see the benefit at the our lower residents, and that's who I think we're responsible to. And I always do that. You know, the pyramid, our residents are at the top, and we're the entry point for the residents because we don't have the town meeting. We're their representatives. And when Mark talks about the savings, he talks about, well, it's only going to be like $44 for the residents. But right now, you know, some of my folks on, you know, my roads in my precinct, their CPA is $56. So you're starting to mean something. And it's a little bit hard to speak at this point, and Chris Clark is probably going to cut me off any minute, but we're going to have a good financial discussion in January. I am the liaison to the CFAC, and they had a beautiful discussion where Mark presented a model back in June. And it's unfortunate we didn't have this financial presentation that's coming in the future. We didn't have it before this because this is before us now. And it'd be nice to have a really good, and I hope other people chime in here, but does it make sense to anyone that your assessment has gone up, but you're paying less in taxes? And Mark presented, again, Mark did a beautiful job. There's a certain, equity there. You know, that maybe if you did that's the alarm, I've got to stop. Did you see the two guys on Main Street that went in? Oh, I can't. Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'd just like to speak to 050 at this point, which is the minimum tax residential factor. I would argue in favor of keeping it at 1 at least at this point.
We're not open on that one yet.
No, I'm sorry.
We're on.
We read 050. That's what I'm speaking to.
I'm sorry.
Right, as
I thought you were
opposed to
talking
the
about
residential tax exemption, the minimum factor, I'm sorry.
My error.
So I would like to keep the minimum factor at 1 at least at this point. I am sympathetic to the argument that that we may want to go back to the parity we had a number of years ago. And Councilor Luckey's right that you have had this diversion between the value of residential properties and commercial, and particularly in terms of the really high-end residential properties. But I would not encourage us to do that, any change at this point, without really hearing from the business community. And in particular, I am concerned about not the giant businesses, but the kind of regular mom and pop businesses, the real entrepreneurs that are out here who are struggling. They deal with oftentimes just a seasonal business. They're still seeing the after effects of the pandemic. I know that in January, we're really going to go through a full assessment of this, and I would welcome that. But for the moment, I would encourage this committee to keep it at a residential factor of 1.
Thank you. Couldn't have said it better myself. Appreciate that. Any further discussion on my left? Councilor Penn?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question to make sure I'm understanding the way this was written here on page 9 for item 051. In the last sentence, it basically says all non-qualifying properties pay more. Would that refer to second homes? Obviously, any residential that's not a primary occupant year-round, correct? So it would be second homes, STRs, and whatever else is in that category that I don't know about. Is that what that refers to? The way it's written, it says all non-qualifying properties pay more?
Mr. Milne, would you like to answer that?
Yes. Thank you, President Tamish. Yes, any non-qualifying property, we don't have the paperwork on file in the assessing office evidencing that they are filing their income tax returns from that resident's address, they will not qualify for the residential exemption.
Okay. Is it possible if somebody was renting a house, but it was a year-round rental, that we would want to incentivize year-round rentals and for some reason give them some sort of an incentive to do that through this program by making them a qualifying property? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, not through this program, but there is an affordable housing rental exemption separate program, not through this process. It's a completely different local option. I believe it's been brought up by a couple of other counselors that we should perhaps bring this forward at some point in time to the full council for consideration, whereby the council would establish parameters as to who would qualify for an affordable housing exemption, trying to incentivize people to rent their properties to for affordable housing purposes. But it's completely separate from this program.
Okay. Yes, I'm aware of those too. I was just curious as to the language here. And on 050, I like the 1.25 shift, but I agree that for our local small businesses, it would be really cool if we could write an exemption in for that. Something along the lines with somebody with 10 or less employees, or however we want to define what a small local business is. I think that would be worth the work to do that if we had the time. But that could also come later, I suppose. Thank you. Just throwing all that out there.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Councilor Boone?
The split tax, if it were to go up to 1.25, we're not taxing, I'm trying to get this clear in my head, we're not taxing the business itself, right? We're taxing the property. Most businesses rent, and we have a lot of huge landowners like the mall, Stu Bornstein. That could, maybe help out. We just heard from Mark himself earlier that, a lot of families are having a hard time with the upkeep of their homes that have been in their family for generations. A lot of people are living from paycheck to paycheck, and we're asking for overrides in 3 to 5 years. I think as a town council, we need to show the residents who have the overwhelming burden of providing this town with the money that we use. We need to show them that we're on their side. Maybe a 1.1 tax shift maybe might be good, and boosting the residential tax exemption up to 35. Put it at the max so people can start saving money. They might be more amenable to an override in the future, although, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Thank you. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, President Tamish. Director Milne, has the Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee discussed this, and do they have a recommendation for us?
I did review this a while back after the first run through with the town council. I review this with them every year, but they do not provide a recommendation. It's not their responsibility to advise on tax policy. But if you wanted to directly ask them sometime, they might.
Thank you.
You never know.
Thank you.
Never know.
If I could just one comment. And again, we're not talking about the residential tax exemption here. We're only talking about the split tax rate. It is true that the people who pay are the property owners, but I've written a lot of commercial leases, and commercial leases almost always provide for a direct pass-through of property taxes down to the person who has signed the lease.
Sure. Very good. Thank you. Councilor Lutke.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to Councillor Penn's question. Yes, Mark had mentioned that the other day about the year-round rentals getting the exemption. I have reached out to Laura Schufelt. She and I are working together. She has the regulatory guidance. She has some examples of other municipalities that have done it. And it's just a matter of Laura and I sitting down. We're also working with a local landlord. We'd like to get together with the staff and bring this to the council as soon as we can. It absolutely should be done. And again, thank you for the clarification, Councillor Bloom and Tom, that, I don't know about the pass-through. You have the experience in that. But again, we are talking about the property owners, not the businesses. And there is, the other thing with Felicia, that does exist, Felicia. It's less than $1 million, fewer than 10 employees. It's something that the town of Barnstable could adopt to help out our small businesses. And it's something we'd have to have the staff look at what we could do with that.
Thank you. Councilor?
Yeah, I would just say, as a former owner of a small business, my experience is exactly what Councilor Keene said, is that the property tax increases from the owner were passed on to the businesses that were leasing it. So I think that's and I agree with Councilor Keene. I think for now, keeping it at 1, because we haven't really looked at the impacts on businesses, which are going to be disproportionately larger than the beneficial impacts on residences, just because residents are like 90% of the value. So, but I think it ought to be looked at for next year.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, it has written, it is a tax factor of 1. So we will go with that. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
Yes.
Keene.
Yes.
Ludke.
No.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
No.
10 yes, 2 no.
Thank you.
It passes.
Motion does pass. Counselor Keene, could you read in 2026-051, please?
(2026-051).
Page 8.
Yeah, it just keeps going on here. Allocation of tax levy fiscal year 2026 residential exemption. Do you want me to read the resolved?
Just as printed. You could do, just say as printed.
That's okay.
Yep. As printed. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. At this point, I will open a public hearing, and Mr. Milne, I believe you've pretty much given the rationale on this one. I don't know if you have anything that you wanted to add on this.
So, yeah, the only additional comments I will make is that part of a long-term fiscal strategy that we've been working on, that we've discussed with the council for a few years now, going back to the beginning of our conversations about implementing the comprehensive wastewater management plan, was that we could utilize this tool perhaps as a offset to any tax increase necessary to continue with the implementation of that program, especially if we're required to continue with the implementation through some regulatory orders or otherwise. This tool would allow you to mitigate much of that, if not all, of the cost of the continuing implementation of that program by gradually increasing this this exemption for our primary homeowners. And we've had these discussions at the Finance Committee level as well for the past few years. It seems to be a strategy that's worth talking about more, looking into more, and it's something that we'll be providing you a presentation on as part of that January fiscal policy update that takes a more of a long-term look into our financial strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on my left? Oh, excuse me. Again, we're in a public hearing. Anyone from the public that wants to be heard on this? Seeing no one? Anyone online, Lynn? Okay. At this point, I will close the public hearing and open it to discussion. Anyone on my left?
No public hearing. It's closed anyway.
All right, I got to change my notes here. All right, Councilor Starr.
No, I would move to continue this without raising the percentage. I think it needs, we need to keep it for a long-term strategy. So I don't think we need to do it at the moment. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Anyone else on my left? On my right? Seeing no one?
I just a quick comment. I find myself torn on this one. I think that the residential tax exemption is a very powerful way, and as Mark Milne said, a very progressive way to help people who are, on the lower end of the economic spectrum. I think I will probably vote yes on this motion as written, but I really don't think we should wait much longer before making a decision about increasing the residential tax exemption, and certainly would urge this body by next year to do that.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Sheingold.
Yes, I would add, I generally agree with what Councilor Keene said. I think we haven't had more evaluation for looking, at least before us, for this year. So I'm inclined to go along with keeping it at 25%. But I think going forward, we ought to be looking at it, and just from someone who has campaigned for the first time I would say a lot of feedback that I got from people in my precinct was for increasing the residential exemption up to 35%.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Council Bloom.
I said before that I think it should be 35, and I understand the caution that Councilor McKean presented to the public here tonight. But you know, a year is a year. Why not give it to them now? Because, I mean, a lot of people are desperate, and I think we might as well give it to the public now.
Council Bloom, a point of order. When you say it, are you making a motion for an amendment from the 25 to what?
To 35, but I'm not making that motion at this point because I was hoping maybe for more discussion.
Okay. Councilor Letke?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Bloom, and I mentioned it earlier. We're having this big presentation in January, and I hope we allow councilors to speak more than 3 minutes. This is an incredibly serious situation. And I would like to hear from everybody. I think it's very strange that we don't hear from everybody on these. We should be very informed. You should really study this. And this notion that, well, we'll just look at that. Well, who's looking at it? Are you saying Mark Mill has to look at it over the next? Who's looking at it? We represent the residents. These were brought forward by the residents in 2005. That's quite a while ago. That's the only data point that we have, is the 2005 votes, which were overwhelming to do this. And then it just sat there. It languished at 20%. And then through maybe some boldness in 2023, when we had some new councilors here, we raised it to 25. Again, I just feel we're hamstrung because we haven't had this financial presentation. It's not happening until January, yet this is before us now. And it's not a surprise. It's not, you know, under a cloak or anything. Every year we do this exactly at this time. We consider this. This is not anything mysterious. It just really is very hard. I wish we'd take a little more comprehensive look at this. I know the councilors here are new. Maybe they haven't had the time, but I'm with Charlie. This notion that, you know, we're going to hold it back because then you guys you'll vote for the override because we're going to give you a more residential exemption. Okay, well, that's the secret there. Okay, it's out. It should be out. It should be out heralded from the rooftops. Okay, that's our position. We're not going to give you this residential exemption until you vote to pay our override. I don't know. It's a tool that's there. The two don't have to be married together, I think, as Charlie said. They don't have to be.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilor Burdick?
So you guys seem like there's some support for this. Let's let it rip. I'll make a motion to amend this to the 35% as opposed to 25.
All right. Second. Motion made and seconded. An amendment to the main motion to increase the residential exemption to 35%. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Councilor Keene?
You know, as I said before, I'm torn on this one. But to be frank, if the motion is going to be, if what we're going to be voting on is going to 35%, that's going to save people several $100s, maybe more. And I'm certainly not going to vote against that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Vice President Clark?
I wondered if the maker of the motion, Councilor Burdick, would consider something between 25 and 35, a more gradual approach to this strategy.
I'll leave it as is.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I said I'll leave it at my original motion.
Councilor Scheingold?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Milne. So if we vote to move the residential exemption to 35%, what's the impact on the taxes paid by people at the different gradations and property tax levels for residential owners?
There's a chart, I believe, on the.
I don't think I saw that. For 35% and keeping it at 1, is there? I didn't see that.
Mr. Milne? Have you got
I
that
did
question?
not run that iteration. As you can imagine, the combination of a split tax rate and a residential exemption of anywhere between 1 and 35% are in the thousands. So I did not run them all. I just ran ones that I was asked. But that would take, I would have to just take some time and run that iteration if you wanted to see what the financial impact was. For the 5% increase in the residential exemption from 25 to 30, it saves the median homeowner about $300. So if you go to 35%, I would estimate that it would be another perhaps a little bit more than $300. So a total, you'd be going, like Councilor Keene mentioned, several $100s for the median homeowner in tax savings.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I would just like to say I think I would support a 30%. I'm really torn about supporting a 35% reduction. So we will.
Well, I'll
vote.
amend my motion then to 30.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to amend it to 30%. Any discussion on the 30% figure? Seeing none, this is voting on the amendment at 30% then. Yes.
This is a motion to amend the original motion.
Correct, at 30%.
Okay, so you're taking a vote on the motion to amend the amendment.
Correct. To amend it to 30%. Madam Clerk?
Not exactly.
All right. Yeah, we're amending it to 30%, then we will have a subsequent vote to approve it at 30%, correct?
Well, you're taking a vote, there was a motion to amend to 35, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now there's a motion to amend that amendment
To
to
30.
So you're taking a vote on the motion to amend the amendment. So you
To 30%.
take that, and then we'll take it after that.
Yes. Okay. Is everyone clear on that? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
No.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
No.
Burdick.
Yes.
So 10 to 2 carries.
Okay, the motion to amend carries. We'll now be voting on the acceptance of a residential exemption of 30%, correct?
No, you're now voting on the motion to amend as amended. So you're now voting basically on an amendment of 30%, because the first vote was to amend the other amendment.
Okay.
Now that passed, now you're taking a vote on the actual amendment as amended, which is to 30.
Okay. All right. So any discussion on that? Madam Clerk?
Councilors Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
No.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
11 to 1, it passes.
Okay, now we have worked our way back to the main motion. Is that correct?
Yes.
As
Do it
amended.
again.
As amended.
You got it.
Okay. Any discussion, further discussion on the main motion as amended to 30%? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Abstain.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow. Oh, no, sorry. 11 to 1 with one
Then-
abstention.
Okay, the motion does pass. Thank you. Counselor Starr, if you could read in 2026-058, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Tamish. This is old business, open for a public hearing with a roll call majority vote of the full council. Appropriation, this is number 2026-058. Appropriation order in the amount of $721,935 and further reduction in borrowing authorization for the Hyannis Golf Course Clubhouse Restoration Project.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. At this point, I will open a public hearing without objection, and I would recognize Dave Anthony for the rationale.
Good evening, councilors. David Anthony, Director of Asset Management. On this particular appropriation request, this complies with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53. Insurance reimbursements of $150,000 or more need to be appropriated. This is the second and final installment of the settlement of the insurance loss from 2023 at the Hyannis Golf Course. This brings the total cash payout to the town of a little over $1.3 million. We also received an additional $400,000 worth of benefit in that settlement that was directly paid by the insurance company. In a nutshell, this covers the cost of the repairs at the golf course that fall under the insurance policy. With forethought, while the walls were open, while the building was under repair, there were a number of other things that were undertaken at that building as part of the overall repair that were not covered by insurance. But it seemed like the appropriate time to upgrade things while that was happening. As a reminder, you had originally appropriated the $583,000, which was the first payment. And essentially what this does is takes the $1.3 million and it lowers the borrowing that is necessary for that project. I can answer any other questions if you have any on this, but this is insurance money that is moving from one budget line to another budget line so that we can use it to lower the borrowing.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing no one, is there no one online? I will close the public hearing and open it for council discussion. Anyone on my left? Seeing no one. On my right, Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. Sorry, just does this insurance or is this borrowing coming from the enterprise fund?
So there was a capital improvement plan that was authorized by this council for the full $2.9 million. So what we've done is we've decreased the borrowing associated with that capital improvement plan. We couldn't wait until we had settled the insurance in order to start the repairs. As it was, it took almost 2.5 years, and we did hear from the golf committee recently that they're very pleased with the renovations. The clubhouse is open. It is being used. We are in the process of trying to find a concessionaire to run the snack bar and the tavern that's there, and for special events as well. In fact, I believe we may be opening proposals, well, definitely before Christmas. So the goal is to try to have for full operation in March. If we hadn't done it this way, we would be now considering how we were going to start the repairs and the renovation, and it would have been another year.
But my question is did it, through the CIP, did it come from the general fund, or is it through the Gulf reserves?
I will defer to Mark. I believe he's online. He can.
Mr. Milne.
Hey, President Tamich, yes, the payback of the loan will be built into future operating expense budget for the Gulf Enterprise Fund. They will be responsible for paying the loan back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors: Deluse,
No.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
11 to 1. Thank you. Passes.
Motion does pass. Thank you. Councilor Crowe, if you could read in 2026-059, please.
This is an item of old business, item number 2026-059, appropriation order in the amount of $1 million to complete the culinary kitchen project at Barnstable High School. It's open to a roll call majority of the full council.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. At this point, I will open a public hearing and recognize Superintendent for the rationale.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, Sarah Ahern, the Superintendent of Barnstable Public Schools, and congratulations on the recent election. I haven't seen many of you since you have been elected to your positions. I'm coming before you this evening on behalf of the school committee, who is requesting an appropriation order in the amount of $1 million for us to complete a active capital project, which is the culinary kitchen project. And by way of background, we have had a few appropriations thus far, but the project has both been a little unexpectedly complicated with respect to the HVAC, and then when we went out to bid, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder came in higher than what we currently have appropriated. So we're seeking an additional $1 million out of the school savings account in order to support the project. That allocation would leave us with a project balance just under $200,000, which could cover contingencies. We're ready to go. We do have the lowest responsive bidder waiting on this appropriation patiently while we seek before we sign a contract. You can see the balance of the savings account, which was shared earlier this evening, would support this. This has been a priority of the school committee. It's a very popular program at the high school with hundreds of students going through it. It's a pathway program. There are some funds from the Department of Education in a capital skills grant for equipment. So that's kind of waiting in the wings as well. So it's supported by some grant funding for equipment. And so we're pretty much ready to go and just are seeking your support with this vote.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one online, we'll open it up for council discussion. Any council discussion on my left? On my right? Councilor Scheingold?
Yeah, I just have a question.
Councilor Scheingold, could you move the mic closer?
Okay, is that better? Yeah.
Yes.
So the bid, the lowest responsible bid, was quite a bit higher than what the estimate was. What's your explanation for that?
I'm a little disappointed in the architect's estimate. We rely on the services of some outside contractors to help us put this together. And so going out to bid, we were also surprised by how off it was, and I did ask the director of facilities to dig in deep in terms of the bids and make sure there was nothing sort of extra baked in there. But indeed, going with a fine-tooth comb through those bids and identifying that as the lowest responsible bidder does seem to be the acceptable bid package. But it took us by surprise as well, and we were disappointed at the discrepancy. We are seeing, generally speaking, things coming in higher than we have allocations for because of the escalating construction costs, but I think it was kind of a combination of those factors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe?
So is the contractor ready to go?
They are patiently waiting for us to sign the
Can you
contract.
do this work during the school year, or do you have to wait for summer? Or
There is the ability to do some of this work during the school year because of the place, the location that it exists in the school is kind of in the back corner, and so there is the ability to do it during the year. It's a great
Okay, so you
question.
can get it ready for next year?
Ideally, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Lutke?
Yes, just something I've said before, that I really like this project. We all know our tech school is merit-based. Not everybody gets in. And I really applaud the Barnstable Public Schools, the high school, for doing this. My daughter's there. She's doing the child development piece. And having this culinary piece, I think, is outstanding. And to Councilor Scheingles, if you notice, almost all the bids come in high, from the DPW to the airport. They came back from 3 hard stands to 2 hard stands at the airport because of the bids. So it seems to be something that's going on, and it's good you're looking into it, but it seems to be the climate we've been in for the last few years, that our bidding is incredibly difficult to predict, and cost estimating is a hard thing.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Timish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze.
Yes.
12 yes, it passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you,
night.
Superintendent. Vice President Clark, if you could do 2026-060, please.
With pleasure. Thank you, President Tamish. This is old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Agenda item 2026-060, appropriation order in the amount of $200,000 for the purpose of funding a shortfall in the insurance premium and deductible budget for fiscal year 2026.
Thank you. This is
Second.
a motion made and seconded. Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'm opening the public hearing at this point. And Mark Milne will be doing the rationale. Thank you.
Thank you, President Tamish. So when we prepared our operating budget for fiscal year 2026, we included a factor for increase in our insurance premiums. However, it wasn't enough. The timing of our insurance premiums don't coincide well with the development of the timing of the budget. We don't have these figures ahead of time before we come to the council with the appropriation. The renewals take place in July. We're often working through the month of July to get the premium renewals. Number of factors are causing the premiums to rise. We're all experiencing this on a personal level as well. In addition, we had a $100,000 deductible for a insurance claim recently that we're asking additional funding for as well, because that was not in the budget. Typically, in the past year, we've come to the town council and requested insurance deductible claims from the town council's reserve fund, but since we're short in the premium, we combined the deductible with this ask. So I'll be happy to answer any questions for the council. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any from the public that want to be heard on this matter? Seeing no one online? Council discussion. I'll close the public hearing, open council discussion. Seeing no one? Madam Clerk?
Councilors, Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze. Yes.
No.
Keene,
Yes.
11 to 1. It passes.
The motion does pass. Thank you. Councillor Lutke, if you could do 2026-061, please.
Yes, this is old business. It is a public hearing with a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2026-061. Appropriation order in the amount of $400,000 for the purpose of funding outside council expenses of the legal department.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing and recognize the town attorney.
Thank you, President Tamish. Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, town attorney. In February 2021, the Conservation Law Foundation filed a lawsuit against the town alleging violation of the Federal Clean Water Act for operating the town's wastewater treatment facility without obtaining a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, a NPDES permit, for discharges from the facility to groundwater. That lawsuit was dismissed. In July 2024, CLF filed a new suit in federal district court against the town, again for alleged violations of the Clean Water Act. We are now in the discovery phase of that lawsuit. And then last month, CLF sent the town a notice of intent to sue for environmental claims under state law. The funding in this requested appropriation order would be used to continue to pay the discovery-related costs for the Clean Water Act litigation for the first quarter of 2026, as well as the costs associated with responding to the new threatened state law claims. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing no one online, I will close the public hearing and open it for council discussion. Any discussion on my left? Seeing none, on my right, Councilor Lutke.
Yes, Attorney Nober, what are the cumulative costs for this? And is this entire lawsuit being handled by outside counsel, or are you and your staff also working on this?
It is mostly being handled by outside counsel. We are involved. We're involved in meetings with town staff, which are ongoing at this point in terms of responding to the discovery requests. So we are involved, but we're not primarily the ones handling the litigation matter. Our outside counsel is doing that. As for the costs, I don't have that number with me tonight. The total cost, if that's what you're asking. Yeah. I can get that for you. I just don't have that tonight.
Any further discussion on my right? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. Madam Clerk?
Councilors, Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
No.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
11 to 1. It passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion does pass. Okay, Councilor Bloom, if you could do 2026-062, please.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is old business, and it may be acted upon by a majority vote of the town council. Item 2026-062 is an order authorizing and approving a conservation restriction to be granted by the town to Barnstable Land Trust, Inc. upon 1.05 plus or minus acres of property at 71 Harju Road in Centerville.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. This is not a public hearing, it's a majority vote. I recognize Mr. Council.
Thank you, Council President Tamish. Lindsay Council, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Pursuant to item number 2014-060, passed February 27th, 2014, the Town Council appropriated $125,000 in Community Preservation Act, CPA, funds as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee and authorized the town manager to use those CPA funds to acquire land consisting of 1.05 acres and located at 71 Harji Road in Centerville. The town followed through on that authorization and acquired the land under a deed recorded on April 19th, 2014. Unfortunately, though, there was never a conservation restriction as required by the Community Preservation Act recorded on this property. So we're not asking for any money tonight, just approval of the finalized conservation restriction to go to the Barnstable Land Trust. And you can see on the map in front of you, it's the remaining parcel there on Lombard Pond off of Lombard Mill Road. And you can see the town holdings around that. So this was the last piece of property on that area to be acquired by the town. And it also afforded us the ability to put a little parking area off of Lombard Mill Road that you can see so folks could access both sides of the road. So it's a fairly simple request. You can see the purple area there is some of your biomap core habitat, and it's also located adjacent to some COMM wells. So this is merely an approval of that conservation restriction. Janet Milkman, is here to answer any questions about that restriction, and we'd request your approval on that.
Thank you. Any discussion on my right? On my left, Councilor Curl.
Can we please go back to the previous slide? Directly to the north of the locust property, what is that? The little green area with the bulb at the top right?
I don't know why that shows that. It's this parcel was the last one to acquire in there. I believe that's some kind of anomaly in the map.
But that's already put aside as...
The one in the red.
Okay.
And this was a former subdivision. That line that goes up to it is Harji Road, although that was never constructed.
But that whole little area to the north is under a restriction right now?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Well, no, actually, yes. The rest of it is restricted. The only the part that isn't is the red.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I think I'm good.
Vice President Clark?
Congratulations to everyone after 11 years to pull this through.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, for a vote.
Councilors: Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
12 yes, it passes.
Thank you. Motion does pass. Councilor Deleuze, if you could do 2026-063, please. Could you move closer to your mic, please? Or move the mic up?
Certainly. I apologize. 2026-063, order authorizing and approving a conservation restriction to be granted by the Town of Barnstable Land Trust, Inc., upon 2.57 acres plus acres of property at 111 Prince Avenue in Marston's Mills.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Once again, I recognize Mr. Counsel for the rationale.
Thank you, Council President Tamich. Lindsay Council, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Pursuant to item number 2015-138, passed May 7th, 2015, the Town Council appropriated $275,000 in Community Preservation Act CPA funds as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee, and authorized by the town manager to use those funds to acquire land consisting of 2.57 acres located at 111 Prince Ave in Marston's Mills. The town followed through on that authorization and acquired the land under a deed recorded July 30th, 2015. This is the second of these conservation restrictions that were never recorded. This is an interesting parcel where it was acquired as open space, but with also the conservation restriction reserves the right of the town to put a small parking lot there for use with the Prince Cove Marina. If you remember back in the day, folks used to park on Route 28, and they'd park on the island out there and walk down to the marina. We thought this could be a way to alleviate that. Unfortunately, building a parking lot would also require some kind of sidewalk or perhaps shuttling people. Prince Ave's a little bit dangerous for that. So that right is reserved, but it would take a little more work to do that. So this will be the last of the delinquent conservation restrictions except for one. We still have one outstanding on Old Colony Road, which is being properly subdivided as an adjacent parcel that had a claim on part of that. So we have one more to go, and we'll have cleaned up all of these. So again, I think we have a map. You can see it's a fairly good-sized parcel, but it's only the top 25% is level enough for any parking. And it is quite adjacent to the Prince Cove Marina.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Well, I have to read it first. Sorry.
No.
Councilors, Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze.
Yeah. Yes.
Nope.
No, Deleuze.
Duluth.
Yes.
Yes. Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
12 yes. Passes.
Motion does pass. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. And I'd also like to thank our legal department for helping us. They've been diligently working through these, and we will look forward to bringing the last one in. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's on this is part of my to-do list.
All right. Councilor Scheingold, if you could read in 2026-065, please.
New business may be acted upon by majority vote, 2026-065, authorization to contract for and expend the fiscal year 2026 911 Department Support and Incentive Grant in the amount of $270,026 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security for the Barnstable Police Department personnel expenses.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Chief Chalice.
Good evening, President Tamish, council members, Jean Chalice, Chief of Police. This is our 911 support and incentive grant, and these funds are used to pay the base salary and overtime for some of our civilian dispatchers up to the amount of the grant award.
Thank you. Any questions for the chief? Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
12 yes. Passes.
Motion does pass. Thank you.
Counselor Burdick, 2026-066, please.
Thank you. 2026-066 is an item of new business and may be acted upon by majority vote. Authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 municipal road safety grant in the amount of $64,699.53 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security for traffic enforcement equipment and driver education.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Chief Chalice.
Hello again. This is our municipal road safety grant. We use these funds for 5 targeted enforcement campaigns throughout the year, as well as to purchase equipment and provide education. Specifically, we use around $40,000 of the funds for overtime so that officers can do 4-hour blocks of enforcement for impaired driving, distracted driving, click it or ticket, a summer speed campaign, and then a summer impaired driving campaign. We'll be doing pedestrian and bike safety enforcement, child passenger seat safety programs, and an education program for high school students on distracted and impaired driving. And then we also are going to be purchasing a speed alert radar trailer and some bike safety equipment.
Thank you. Any questions? Any further discussion? Counselor Lutke.
Thank you. Chief Chalice, I feel like I've seen this grant before. Is this an annual grant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I just think about it in context. We had Councillor Turkelson at public comment talking about the speeding that we withdrew last time. I'm the one remaining sponsor of that. But I would foresee, this kind of a grant would help. I assume that you and our DPW Dr. Dan Santos are looking at that. I mean, wouldn't this be something you could use for that? Or is this grant targeted to the specific things?
This
does
grant,
the state, I guess, what does the state tell you exactly what you have to do with
yes,
this?
so this grant award requires that we use it for these specific targeted enforcement campaigns. So these are the 5 campaigns, and there is a speed campaign in there. However, we have ongoing speeding enforcement throughout the town anyway. But with regard to this grant and the way it's structured, we are required to do the click it or ticket campaign, the distracted driving, impaired driving, and things like that. So we have ongoing speeding enforcement, but as far as the grant goes, there's only one block allotted specifically for speed.
Okay, and just to follow up, are there other grants that might be available to help in terms of us studying the speeding? Are there other grants that you could apply for that don't have the restrictions that this does?
That's a different question than this item. Come on.
Well, that's Felicia.
I'm not aware of a specific speeding enforcement grant. We do a pretty robust search for grants that are available to help us, and I'm not aware of one. We can certainly look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any further discussion? Counselor Starr.
What is winter impaired driving? Is that having snow on your windshield or?
The impaired driving is a lot of OUI or under the influence.
Okay, during the winter.
Drugs.
Okay.
Done during the winter period.
Yeah. Okay.
Separate.
Thank you. Now I get it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors: Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
No.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
11 to 1, it passes.
Thank you. Motion does pass. Counselor Crocker, flip back to the other side here. 2026-067, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under new business may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2026-067, authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 State 911 Department Emergency and Medical Dispatch grant in the amount of $21,202.50 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security for the purpose of funding emergency dispatch expenses in the Barnstable Police Department as written.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Chief Chalice.
This grant is our emergency medical dispatch grant. And $6,500 of this will fund our annual emergency medical dispatch medical director contract with Cape and Islands EMS. And then just under $12,000 covers the cost of our quality assurance and call review to ensure that we're compliant with proper call procedures, which is required by state 911. And then $2,800 will be used to cover the overtime costs for the CPR instructors to conduct CPR training for our dispatch staff, which they use during their emergency medical dispatch.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any questions for the chief? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
As a former CMed operator, yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
No.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
11 to 1. Passes.
Motion does pass.
Please thank Ann Spillane for her work.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Could I have a motion, please, for 2026-068 and 2026-09 to refer to individual public hearings on 12/11/25?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
12 yes. Passes.
Thank you. And Councilor Keene, could you do, well, actually, let's refer to a second hearing. Could I have a motion to refer 2026-70 as printed to a second reading on 12/11/25?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keene,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
12 yes. Thank you.
Motion does pass. At this point, I would like to turn the meeting over to our Assistant Town Clerk for the nomination of 2026 officers.
This evening, we will accept nominations from the floor. First for the office of President of the Council, followed by the office of the Vice President of the Council for the year 2025. Rules for this evening are thus. 26, excuse me, 26? Sorry about that. For the year 2026. Rules for this evening are thus. In order for a name to be placed in nomination, I will need a motion to nominate in a second. Discussion and speeches are not appropriate for this evening. But will be welcomed on the evening of the election. At this time, nomination speeches by and for the candidate will be allowed. This evening, we are merely creating a slate of nominees. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I now open the floor for nominations for the office of President. Councilor Crowe?
I name it Craig Tamish.
I second.
Okay. Do we have a second nomination for president? No.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so I have Tamish and then Keene seconded that. So is there, who is the second nomination?
No, I seconded the nomination.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Is there another one?
Are there any more nominations for president? Hearing none, I declare the nominations for the president to be closed.
Thank you.
I now open the floor for nominations for the office of vice president.
I will nominate Councilor Clark.
I second.
Second.
Are there any more nominations for vice president? Hearing none, I declare all the nominations are closed. The election will proceed at the council's next meeting on December the 11th.
Point of order.
Yes.
I would like to suspend the rules since we have no opposing candidates. I would have to move to hold the election tonight. If we had opposing candidates, I would not make this motion.
Yep.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay.
Not a charter issue? That's not a charter issue?
No, it's not a charter issue. It's actually it's a town council rules. The charter just says it's an organizational meeting. Rules spell out the order that you need.
Okay. This will be for the office of president.
Okay, so I believe we have to have a vote on suspending the rules.
Oh. Thank you. To suspend the rules. Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
Sure.
Keene.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
12 yes, we will suspend the rules. Now we will take a vote for the president, for the office of president. Deleuze.
Yes.
Keene.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
12 yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Do I still get to give my speech next week or
No,
not?
that's the only
No?
reason we said this.
Bummer. Oh.
I think we're going to vote to deny you that.
Confidence in me.
And now we have a vote
Appreciate
for
it.
the office of vice president. Keene.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
Yes.
12 yes. Congratulations.
Thank you
Councilor
for
Vice
your
President.
confidence.
Thank you all. At this point, we'll have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have to do
Second?
another roll call.
Second.
What? Yep.
Did we vote on the calendar today?
No,
What?
we don't have it yet. It's for next
Yeah,
December 11th.
next time. Right, okay.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Ludke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
Yes.
Keene.
Yes.
12 yes to adjourn.
Thank you.
The motion does pass. We are adjourned, and once again, thank you all.